Thank you very much. Please be seated. Permit me at this point to call on the acting chairman of the ICPC, Dr. Musa Usman Abubakar, to do a welcome address. Dr. Abubakar, sir.
Republic of Nigeria, Muhammad Buhari, GCFR, members of the National Assembly here present, members of the Federal Executive Council, former chairmen and board members of the ICPC, members of the Diplomatic Corps, senior government officials.
This is the outside broadcast of the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, reaching you from the conference center of the State House, Abuja. Welcome to the live telecast of the opening of a 3-day training on corruption risk assessment for the heads of anti-corruption agencies from African Union, AU, and the presentation of the report of the corruption risk assessment of Nigeria's e-government systems by President Muhammadu Buhari. We have 42 participants from 28 African countries, including Nigeria. The program is at the instance of Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission. My name is Dele Atumi. Welcome to the program.
As the African Union Anti-Corruption Champion, the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, through its research and training unit, the Anti-Corruption Academy of Nigeria, conceived this training program on corruption risk assessment. The corruption risk assessment is one of the preventive tools employed by ICPC to plug systemic loopholes which provide opportunity for corruption in the public sector. It was first deployed in Nigeria in 2011 with the assistance of the United Nations Development Program virtual school in Bogota, Colombia, which trained the first set of corruption risk assessors. Since then, a new set of over 60 persons have so far received training at the Anti-Corruption Academy of Nigeria and certified as corruption risk assessors, courtesy of UNDP and UNODC. They have since applied their knowledge in many subsectors of Nigeria's public sector. ICPC has produced a report of corruption risk assessment on the port sector, 2 Nigerian international airports, and the MDS charged with promoting the sustainable development goals such as health, water resources, and education. The latest of these reports being the corruption risk assessment of Nigeria's e-government system, i.e. Treasury Single Account, Integrated Personnel and Payment Information System, and the Government Integrated Financial Management Information System, which will be presented today. Your Excellency, it is worthy of note that CRA is a tool supported by the United Nations Convention Against Corruption and the African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption. Article 7, Sub 1D of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption mandates state parties to adopt measures that would equip public officials with specialized and appropriate training to enhance their awareness of the risk of corruption inherent in the performance of their functions. When loopholes and leakages in the systems are plugged, people will be denied access to public funds, and as such, they will not have the opportunity to misappropriate it. This is against pursuing individuals after the deed is done, an action that drains a lot of resources amidst challenges that create uncertainty of outcomes. To this end, ICPC stands on the principle that an ounce of prevention is worth more than a ton of remedy. We've gathered the anti-corruption agencies in Africa in order to impart this special skill to cascade it down to AU states as part of Nigeria's contribution in minimizing corruption on the continent. The report being presented today reveals that the deployment of TSA, IPPIS, and GIPMIS has significantly reduced bureaucratic corruption in Nigeria. This is attributable to factors such as reduction in human interface, elimination of direct access to cash resources, easy tracing of transaction, oversight of the payroll by the responsible agencies, etc. The payment systems are, however, not foolproof, as our findings reveal that there is need for us to maintain a vigilant watch over their operations. We therefore request, Mr. President, to mandate the stakeholders to note the in-depth work conducted on these systems and implement the remedial measures profiled in the report. Finally, we pray Your Excellency to consider the invaluable contribution of the Anti-Corruption Academy of Nigeria and support it in its quest to be a regional center of excellence in anti-corruption training and capacity building in Africa. We thank Your Excellency for accepting to declare open the CRA training workshop for the AU heads of anti-corruption agencies and to present the report of the corruption risk assessment of Nigeria's e-government systems. We thank the invitees, particularly the major stakeholders, the development partners, and members of the diplomatic corps. We also thank the distinguished delegates and participants and all other agencies that contributed in making this occasion successful. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. The Acting Chairman of the ICPC, Dr. Musa Usman Abubakar. At this point, we will take a few goodwill messages. May I invite Dr. Remi Ajibewa, representing the Chairman of the ECOWAS Commission, to please come forward. Dr. Remi Ajibewa, please.
His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, AU Champion of Anti-Corruption for the year 2018, and Chair ECOWAS. Honorable ministers here present, Excellencies, Head of Missions and members of Diplomatic Corps, distinguished Head of Anti-Corruption agencies across Africa, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the President of the ECOWAS Commission, His Excellency Jean-Claude Brou, and the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, General Francis Beyaze, let me express ECOWAS Commission's pleasure to deliver this statement on the occasion of this training on corrupt risk assessment. Also, we wish to express our appreciation to the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the leadership of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission, ICPC, for associating ECOWAS Commission to this timely and important event. Permit me to begin by congratulating His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari for his leadership as chair of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of States and Government, which has consistently provided dependable support and constructive guidance to the ECOWAS Commission, enabling the Commission to perform its mission and, in particular, advancing the promotion of good governance, integration, and development in the region. I must as well commend His Excellency's bounding will and fervent commitment in making transparency, accountability, and integrity the cornerstone of governance. These qualities have undoubtedly contributed to earn His Excellency's appointment by the African Union as the Anti-Corruption Champion for the year 2018. You will agree with me that the ECOWAS region has witnessed a considerable progress in its democratic consolidation efforts over the year, with member states organizing elections in manner that are credible, transparent, free, fair, and peaceful. In line with this positive development in the democratic trajectory of the region, the commensurate need to make transparency and accountability grow side by side with democracy is essential to reinforce democratic process, enhance credibility of our institutions, and create the enabling condition for economic, social, and inclusive development. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to address the challenge of corruption in ECOWAS region, ECOWAS has adopted a citizen-based approach which places responsibility on citizens to act as watchdog for promoting transparency and accountability in governance processes, both in the private and public sectors. To this end, the ECOWAS whistleblower protection policy was adopted as a guide for member states to develop their own whistleblowers protection policy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, our experience of supporting the fight against corruption in the region have predicated the need to direct our efforts not only on enforcing, but also and more essentially on preventive measures in combating corruption. Specifically, the identification of the possibilities and vulnerabilities of corrupt and unethical practices in public and private organizations is one of the and proportionately means understanding the risk an organization or agency may face. To this end, ECOWAS Commission acknowledges and commends the importance of this Nigerian government-led training for the anti-corruption agencies in Africa. The ECOWAS Commission has started engagement with the leadership of the ICPC and Anti-Corruption Academy of Nigeria for possible collaboration and support to replicate the conduct of this training across ECOWAS member states. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in concluding, I would like to seize this opportunity to once more to express ECOWAS appreciation to the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for associating ECOWAS Commission to this event. I wish you all exciting and productive deliberation. Thank you for your rapt attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Remi Ajibewa, representing the the chairman of the ECOWAS Commission. We would also have, giving us a goodwill message, Mr. Sekou Mohamed Sela from the Republic of Guinea, who is representing the African Union. Mr. Sekou Mohamed Sela, please.
This program is a convergence of both state and non-state actors on prevention of financial crimes in the African continent. This is as a result of what the African countries have lost to corruption, ranging from infrastructural deficit, lack of access to healthcare facilities, leading to medical tourism and poverty within the continent.
Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République fédérale du Nigeria, Monsieur Mohamed Bouhari, champion de la lutte contre la corruption de l'Union africaine pour 2018. Excellence, Messieurs les représentants diplomatiques, Messieurs les membres du gouvernement fédéral, distingués invités. C'est avec un réel plaisir et un grand honneur pour moi de m'exprimer au nom des agences nationales de lutte contre la corruption de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, ici présente à cette importante rencontre d'échange et d'information autour d'une thématique aussi pertinente que la lutte contre la corruption, et particulièrement en ce qui concerne le risque de corruption s'inscrivant dans le cadre des mesures préventives. Nous voudrions tout simplement vous exprimer le sentiment de satisfaction pour la parfaite organisation de cette activité. En ce qui nous concerne, nous autres, nous accorder la facilité d'être de la partie, de l'accueil à Lagos, à Abuja, jusqu'à cette importante cérémonie d'ouverture. Nous voudrions également vous exprimer tous nos soutiens, toute notre disponibilité à vous accompagner ainsi que vos pairs de l'Union africaine dans ce combat contre la corruption, un fléau aussi vicieux, le plus dangereux et l'obstacle essentiel contre la vision de l'Union africaine en ce qui concerne la prospérité et l'émergence de l'Afrique. L'Afrique que nous voulons en 2063. Sur ce, une fois de plus, vous avez tous nos sentiments de satisfaction et que le Seigneur nous accompagne durant le débat pendant ces 3 jours. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sekou Mohamed Sela. We'll also have a goodwill message by the country representative of the United Nations Office on Drug and Crime, Mr. Oliver Stope. Mr. Stope, sir.
Your Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Onyema, Your Excellencies, other members of the Federal Executive Council, Your Excellencies, Honorable Senators and representatives of the National Assembly, Your Excellencies, ambassadors here present, the representatives of the ECOWAS and of the AU Commission, the chairman and past chairmans of ICPC, the Secretary of the Presidential Advisory Committee on Anti-Corruption, representatives of various agencies across Africa active in the fight against corruption, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure today to have this opportunity to address you again, one day after International Anti-Corruption Day, for two reasons. First of all, it gives me an opportunity to be part of a long-term project to unveil the corruption risk assessment conducted by ICPC with the support of our office and the funding of the European Union, and more importantly, to deliver the message of our Secretary General, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres. Corruption is present in all countries, rich and poor, north and south. It's an assault on the values of the United Nations. It robs societies of schools, hospitals, and other vital services. It drives away foreign investment, and it strips nations of their natural resources. It undermines the rule of law and it abets crime such as illicit trafficking of people, drugs, and arms. Tax evasion, money laundering, and other illicit flows divert much-needed resource for sustainable development. The World Economic Forum estimates that the cost of corruption is at least $2.3 trillion a year, or 5% of the global gross domestic product. And according to the World Bank, businesses and individuals every year pay more than $1 trillion in bribes. Corruption begets more corruption and fosters a corrosive culture of impunity. The United Nations Convention Against Corruption is among our primary tools in the fight against corruption. Sustainable Development Goal 16 and its targets also offers a template for action. It is through the convention that we can work together to build a foundation of trust, of mutual accountability. We can educate and empower citizens, we can promote transparency and strengthen international cooperation to recover stolen assets. Millions of people around the world have gone to the ballots this year with corruption as one of their top priorities. Let us stand on this International Day Against Corruption together, united against the scourge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oliver Stope of the United Nations Office on Drug and Crime. At this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to call on the Provost of the Anti-Corruption Academy of Nigeria, Professor Shola Akirade, to tell us about the Anti-Corruption Academy of Nigeria. Professor Akirade, sir.
The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, through its research and training arm, the Anti-Corruption Academy of Nigeria, puts this program together to build the capacity of heads of anti-corruption agencies in the African Union member countries on corruption prevention strategy. This program is in furtherance of the declaration of President Muhammadu Buhari as the African Union's anti-corruption champion for 2018.
The establishment of the Anti-Corruption Academy of Nigeria as a research and training arm of the ICPC is the high point of the Commission's determination to fulfill its enlightenment and education functions in a systematic and sustainable way to achieve long-term impact in the national war against corruption. First established in 2004 as the ICPC Training School and renamed the ICPC Academy in 2005, the Academy took on its present form in October 2014 when the board of the Commission approved the change in the nomenclature to the Anti-Corruption Academy of Nigeria with an expanded mandate. In addition to training ICPC personnel and in line with enhancing the corruption prevention and education mandate of the Commission, the Academy is designed to provide training for public officers and other stakeholders on matters related to good governance, accountability, transparency, integrity, ethics, and all issues related to anti-corruption and corrupt practices. The principal strategy of the Academy in its engagements with the public sector is to build capacity of individual agencies and sectors to tackle corruption within their respective systems. Thus, in addition to open programs available to all sectors, the Academy has partnered with several key agencies to organize agency-focused ethics and integrity training for their personnel. Such agencies include the Universal Basic Education Commission, the Port Harcourt Refinery Company Limited, the National Broadcasting Commission, the National Arts Commission, the Nigerian Institute of Mining and Geosciences, the Nigerian Communications Commission, and aviation sector agencies. We have also conducted bespoke capacity building programs for the Abuja State Fiscal Responsibility Commission, Olabisi Onabanjo University, and the Kano State Public Complaints and Anti-Corruption Commission. The same approach of building local capacities to tackle corruption is adopted in engaging with states and local governments in the country. Fully convinced that the national war against corruption will have meaning only in the context of its being subscribed to by sub-national governments and agencies, we have worked with a number of states to convene state anti-corruption summits. These include Abia, Akwa Ibom, Bauchi, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Ebonyi, and Plateau. The sensitization summits are followed by deeper capacity training on anti-corruption, ethics, and integrity for state and local government officials. Thus, we have built capacity for local government officials in Akwa Ibom, Bauchi, Ebonyi, Yobe, and the FCT. Again, the intent is to develop local capacities to fight corruption. Our work with the executive at the sub-national levels is complemented by the training programs conducted for state legislatures in the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. While we may sound utopian, at the Anti-Corruption Academy of Nigeria, we do not believe that the fight against corruption is a lost cause. Rather, we hold firmly that corruption and related opportunity crimes can be controlled through robust training and retraining that are grounded in sound policy formulation, operational efficiency, good management culture, behavior, and communication skills. Thus, in our strategic plan for 2019 to 2023, we have sought squarely to locate our activities in the context of delivering the training and capacity building mandates identified in the implementation plan of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. Indeed, many of the steps identified in the plan are already elements of our programming. From 2019, we intend to complement our training and capacity building activities with knowledge generation to influence anti-corruption policy making in the country. We believe that policy making should be knowledge-driven and not ad hoc. In this wise, we recently received support from the DFID to engage 2 senior research fellows to promote research at the academy. The first of such researchers is expected to be in place by January 2019. The Academy has also received support for its development from other benefactors, namely the UNDP, the UNODC, Siemens Nigeria Limited, and First City Monument Bank. Mr. President, we at the Anti-Corruption Academy of Nigeria and the parent organization, the ICPC, are fully committed to playing our part in the attainment of the goals enshrined in the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. While we believe squarely that charity begins at home, as demonstrated in our various country-level interventions, we remain focused on our mission of becoming a regional center of excellence in anti-corruption research and training. The possibility of the attainment of this mission has been greatly enhanced by the decision of Mr. President to support the corruption risk assessment training for heads of national anti-corruption agencies in the African Union. We believe the successful implementation of this program will open up new opportunities for Nigeria to once again play its big brother role in the African continent. Thus, it is only fitting that this training program that is being declared open this morning by Mr. President is the most high-profile activity of the Academy in its over 4 years of existence in its present form. We thank Mr. President for the support of this administration is given to the Academy for its infrastructural development. This was again demonstrated recently with approval for the construction of a 500-seater capacity auditorium. Even as we seek to develop our facilities and infrastructure further, we know that with the pedigree of Mr. President, we can count on the support of this administration to realize the goal of ridding the country of corrupt practices through instrumentality of training, retraining, knowledge generation, and rigorous capacity building. Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Shola Akinade, Provost, Anti-Corruption Academy of Nigeria. Before I call on the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to address us, please just sit a while and watch this short video clip.
Objective remains the same: security, economy, and fighting corruption. Given the enormity of the challenges we inherited and the yearnings of our citizenry earnestly desirous of a new way of running national affairs, our first challenge was the need to transform our country speedily into a society where impunity in the management of national resources would be replaced with a culture of accountability and transparency. Corruption constitutes a threat to the well-being, national security, and the economy of Nigeria. Regrettably, the most unfortunate cause of great disparity between Nigeria's wealth and its poverty is endemic corruption. This government will not allow the wanton diversion and embezzlement of public funds into private pockets. Thus, we intend to continue taking all necessary measures to deprive looters of public assets of the fruits of their crimes. We have so far kept faith with our promise and shall remain committed thereto until Nigeria triumphs over the evil of corruption. We recognize that there are more grounds to cover in the war against corruption, and we are prepared to go out to possess those hands by cutting off any means that facilitates corruption and supports its growth. A corruption-free Nigeria is possible. Therefore, let every arm of government be the change we want to see, which I believe will serve as a veritable input to our collective efforts to kill corruption before it kills Nigeria. Together, we can rid our nation of the cancer of corruption. Corruption breeds unequal societies, renders vulnerable groups prone to human trafficking, as well as recruitment into armed groups and militia. In effect, corruption deprives our youngsters of opportunities to develop meaningful livelihood. Our common goal is to eradicate corruption in the best interest of our societies.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with those inspiring words and declarations against corruption, it is my privilege and honor to welcome the African Union Anti-Corruption Champion 2018, the chairman of the ECOWAS Committee of Heads of States and Government, and the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, as he comes to address us. Mr. President, sir.
Please sit down. Thank you. Chairman, House Committee on Anti-Corruption, members of the Federal Executive Council, members of the Diplomatic Corps, country representative, United Nations Office on Drug and Crime, and other representatives from African Union and the ECOWAS, senior government officials, participants of the Corruption Risk Assessment Training, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased this morning to welcome and address distinguished delegates to the Corruption Risk Assessment Training for heads and senior officials of anti-corruption agencies in the African Union. The training is at the instance of this administration as part of our support for the war against corruption in our continent, and it is being facilitated by the Anti-Corruption Academy of Nigeria, the research and training arm of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission. The fight against corruption is a battle for the souls of our different countries, and it is one that we must win. Since independence, our continent has suffered from the severe consequences of corruption, and it is imperative that we take steps to reverse the trend. When we assumed office in May 2015, the pervasive nature and devastating impact of corruption on the Nigerian nation had become dysfunctional. The momentum for our electoral victory could not be separated from the revolt of the people against glaring endemic corruption. During the past several months, we have been taking steps to institute integrity and transparency in the processes of government and holding those who have plundered our commonwealth to account for their actions. However, the cost of recovery and sanctions are also enormous. While commendable successes have been recorded, it has become manifest that corruption fights back. With enormous stolen resources, elements have attempted to compromise law enforcing institutions and pervert the cause of justice. This realization highlights the necessity of building a system that focuses on preventing corruption. We continue to implement policies aimed at building resilient systems that can withstand assault by corrupt officials. Our steps in this direction include the full implementation of both the Treasury single accounts and the bank verification number, the open government partnership, various executive orders, strengthening the anti-corruption agencies, and permitting their full autonomy. It is in this context of building robust preventive systems that we must understand this initiative, which aims to train leaders of anti-corruption agencies in the African Union by deploying corruption risk assessment methodology for corruption preventing in our countries. Corruption risk assessment seeks to identify corruption-prone processes and procedures in organizations and recommend appropriate remedial steps. The methodology places a premium on prevention as an effective complement to enforcement in the war against corruption. In 2016, through support from the United Nations Development Program, the Anti-Corruption Academy of Nigeria acquired the capacity to conduct training on corruption risk assessment. Since then, the Academy has conducted a number of these trainings to showcase the growing appreciation of corruption risk assessment as a tool for preventing corruption. The Anti-Corruption Academy of Nigeria has received a request for the training of corruption risk assessors for ECOWAS countries from the ECOWAS Commission in Abuja. Therefore, the training starting today is an opportunity to extend the benefits of this methodology to other African countries, and by which it is clear that we have not taken our appointment as anti-corruption champion for the continent for the year 2018 lightly. It is heartwarming that most of our countries have subscribed to not only the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, but also the African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption. This event offers a good opportunity to encourage the few countries who are yet to ratify the African Union Convention to expedite processes to do so. No efforts can be too much as we seek to rid our societies of the evil of corruption. This training session is essentially an orientation on the benefits of deploying the corruption risk assessment methodology in the fight against corruption. Thus, I urge participants to embrace it and also take steps to widen the knowledge and skills imparted by supporting the training of risk assessors for their countries. The Anti-Corruption Academy of Nigeria has a robust curriculum and expertise cutting across the spectrum of anti-corruption training, which can be adapted for other countries, taking into consideration national specifics. To further strengthen this institution, the Academy has our support as it moves towards its objective of being an African center of excellence in anti-corruption training and capacity building. I would like here to point out that the training on corruption risk assessment deployed to a number of recent one being assessment government system, whose report is now available and the summary presented earlier this morning. It is therefore my great pleasure to present this report to all the stakeholders, many of whom are present with us here. I urge them to work assiduously to implement the recommendations of the report. I must also commend all those who carried out the assessment in the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime to supporting the process. It is now my pleasure to declare this corruption risk assessment training for heads of anti-corruption agencies in the African Union open. Thank you. God bless Nigeria and God bless Africa.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Please, the following dignitaries I would call now would kindly come up to the point of the unveiling, as they will be joining Mr. President in unveiling the report. The Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, sir, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Honorable Akinloye, representing the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the country representative of the United Nations Office on Drug and Crime, the acting chairman of the ICPC, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the Chief of Staff to Mr. President, the representative of the African Union, the representative of the African Union, Mr. Sila Soko, the chairman of the Code of Conduct Bureau, Mr. President, sir. Johnny should come up. Okay. All right. While we are at that, please, the trainees from the AU countries, please come forward. The trainees from the AU countries, delegates from the AU countries, participants from the AU countries, please come forward. Yes, unveil. Yes, unveil. The delegates, the participants are for the group photograph. The provost of the Anti-Corruption Academy of Nigeria should please join them in the group photograph. The training coordinator, Mrs. R.A. Okodwa, MNI, is to join them. Then, after the unveiling, we will have Mr. President and the acting chairman of the ICPC to join in the group photograph. The acting chairman, ICPC, group photograph, sir.
That was the unveiling of the report of the corruption risk assessment of Nigeria's e-government systems. And one of the things that can be found in it is that the executive order 4, which has to do with voluntary income assets declaration, is increasing tax awareness and compliance, thereby reducing tax evasion, a step geared towards corruption prevention. It is equally a notorious fact that the establishment of the whistleblower policy is yielding results. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has recovered over 500 billion naira stolen funds in the last 3 years.
Thank you very much.
That was the live telecast of the opening of a 3-day training on corruption risk assessment for the heads of anti-corruption agencies from African Union AU, and the presentation of the report of the corruption risk assessment of Nigeria's e-government systems by President Muhammadu Buhari. The takeaway from this program is that all hands must be on deck to stamp out corruption from the African continent. We now hand over to the studio for the continuation of the day's telecasts. Thanks for watching. My name is Dele Atsubi.
Or gunshots of an active shooter, that might be a terror attack. At such times, always remember 3 action words: run, hide, report. Don't try to run towards the terror scene to save the situation, because there might be a second bomb blast or another attack. Run far away and take cover. Make sure you are safe first. Yes, it is in our nature to sympathize over the hurt, but remember, only trained personnel can help in such situations. When in a secured environment, promptly call relevant authorities and help will come. For anonymous reporting, call 09630-3250-5 or 0813-2222-106. If you see something, say something. Nigeria unite against terrorism. This message is brought to you by the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
This is the network service of the NTA. We now join our outside broadcast crew for a live telecast. Please stay tuned.
Of Nigeria for this all-important public hearing, a public hearing on vote buying and improving electoral processes in Nigeria. For the records, this public hearing is organized by the National Assembly Joint Committee on the Independent National Electoral Commission. I'd like us to start this program with the opening prayer, which will be given to us by distinguished Senator Suleiman Nazif, Chairman of the Joint Committee. Distinguished Senator.
Thank you. Let us pray. Almighty God, ruler of heaven and earth, we beseech thee to inspire and guide all our counsels and actions, so that we may always walk in the path of justice, love, and charity to one another. Help us with thy grace to do only those things that will promote the unity, happiness, and prosperity of Nigeria. Amen.
Thank you very much, sir. Very quickly, we move to the next item on the program, which is the address of welcome to be given to us once again by the chairman of the Senate Joint Committee on INEC, Senator Suleiman Nazif.
His Excellency, the President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Abubakar Bukola Saraki, His Excellency, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara, the Chief Justice of the Federation, principal officers here present, co-chairman of the Joint Committee, Honorable Aisha Tuduku, distinguished senators, honorable members, the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, chairman of political parties here present, all service chiefs, DG SSS, NIA, DG NSCDC, members of the Diplomatic Corps, all NGOs, CSOs, development partners, MBA, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am indeed delighted to welcome you all to this important public hearing as part of the National Assembly's input to the forthcoming general elections 2019. The essence of this public hearing is to critically analyze and understand the gravity of the menace of vote buying so as to appreciate the urgency required to addressing its effects on the electoral processes and democratic stability. Vote buying assumes numerous shapes but portend common effects of endangering our core democratic values by enslaving and disenfranchising voters of the fundamental rights to vote freely without being influenced. In recent times, vote buying has become endemic and flooded the political scene with tsunami effect as perpetrators engage in the act with impunity and lack of recourse to law of the land, hence casting doubts over the credibility of our electoral process as appraisal of the menace of vote buying allotted the root cause of the following. An unprecedented level of poverty in the land, geometric increase in unemployment of youth restiveness, lack of stringent punitive measures, lawlessness and laxity of law enforcement, insufficient voter education and awareness, acute voter ignorance, and carefree attitude, amongst others. Importantly, the Joint Committee has had extensive consultation with members of the National Assembly, relevant stakeholders, and well-meaning Nigerians with a bid to finding a lasting solution towards addressing vote buying and improving electoral processes in Nigeria. Consequent upon the foregoing, the National Assembly amended the Electoral Act No. 6, 2010 in order to improve the electoral processes as follows. The Principal Act of the Electoral Act 2010, Clause 29, Section 120D, buys, sells, procures, or deals with voters' card otherwise than as provided in this Act, commit an offense and shall be liable on conviction to a maximum fine of 1 million naira or imprisonment for 12 months or both. The amendment reads, Clause 29, Section 120D of the Principal Act is amended by deleting 1 million and substituting it, and deleting 12 months and substituting it with 2 years. Clause 29, Section 120E, any other person who procures, deals, obtains, or possesses any fake voter's card commit an offense and is liable on conviction to a maximum fine of 5 years imprisonment with an option of fine. Indeed, the amendment of the Electoral Act 2010 clearly demonstrated the good intention of the National Assembly of providing sound legislative instrument towards improving our electoral and democratic process. But pertinent to note is that the noble intention of the National Assembly is denied existence by the declined assent to the Electoral Amendment Bill 2018, and the action that will surely have severe consequences on the electoral process. However, the responsibility of addressing the menace of vote buying and improving electoral processes is not only the duty of the but the executive, the judiciary, INEC, police, the army, the political parties, and indeed all relevant stakeholders. So therefore, we must lay a solid foundation for a true democracy. Your Excellency, Mr. President, the Right Honorable Speaker, Chairman of INEC, critical stakeholders, this problem must be addressed firmly with all sincerity of purpose. This committee within its lifespan is determined to lay a solid foundation of improving electoral processes in Nigeria. At the same time, let me use this opportunity to thank members of the Joint Committee for all their efforts during the Electoral Amendment Bill processes. In conclusion, let me again reiterate that this public hearing is aimed at converging all critical stakeholders so as to brainstorm and fashion out ways to tackle this menace of vote buying once and for all, and at the same time improving the electoral processes. On a final note, I wish to encourage for a robust and sincere deliberation in the best interest of our democracy and the future of our country. However, the Joint Committee sincerely appreciates the trust and confidence of the leadership of the National Assembly, ably led by His Excellency Distinguished Senator Abubakar Bukola Saraki, CON, President of the Senate, and His Excellency Right Honorable Speaker Yakubu Dogara of the Federal House of Representatives, by providing Joint Committee with all the requisite support to make this event a success. So therefore, I pray that may the Almighty God grant us the wisdom to discover the right, the will to choose it, and the strength to make it endure. It is therefore my pleasure to once again welcome all of you to this very important event. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Distinguished Senator Suleiman Nazif.
Thank you for joining us on the live broadcast of a one-day public hearing by the National Assembly Joint Committee on INEC on vote buying and improving electoral process in Nigeria. Well, at the moment, the Chairman Senate Committee on INEC, Senator Suleiman Nazif, just presented his welcome address, and then the next Speaker House of Representatives, who definitely make his comment as the public hearing takes off. I am Ignatius
His Excellency, the Senate President, distinguished Senator Bukola Saraki, principal officers of the National Assembly, both Senate and the House of Representatives, chairman and co-chairman of this joint hearing, distinguished senators and honorable members of the House of Representatives, Special Assistant to the President of the National Assembly, senior members of NAS management, Chairman INEC, and members of his team, chairmen and leaders of our political parties, heads of security agencies, gentlemen, invited guests, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm greatly delighted to address you at this public hearing on vote buying and improving the electoral process in Nigeria, organized by the National Assembly Joint Committee on INEC and Political Party Matters. This is one of the most topical issues of the moment, which should be addressed before the conduct of 2019 general elections. Elections are so attractive that even pretentious democracies lay claim to holding elections just in order to confer some aura of legitimacy on their rule. But not all elections are democratic elections. It has been said that for elections to qualify as democratic, they must be competitive, periodic, inclusive, and definitive. Free, fair, credible, and transparent elections, therefore, is the very basis for translating the consent of the government into governmental authority. It is democratic elections that have propelled true democracies since the 17th century. Indeed, the fundamental objectives and directing principles of state policy enshrined in our Constitution envisages that Nigeria should be a state based on the principles of democracy and that sovereignty belongs to the people, through which government derives its authority, powers, and legitimacy. Therefore, any form of contrivance by any person or authority to unduly influence the choice of the voter is condemnable, as it is patently an assault on this constitutional guarantee. Undue influence of voters have always existed in different forms all over the world. However, the recent phenomenon of direct pricing and buying of votes, as if in an open market square, is very disturbing. It is one of the highest forms of corruption that we all must address. The high prevalence of vote buying in the electoral system of the country is without any doubt of great concern to all Nigerians and members of the global community who truly love democracy. It is disheartening, to say the least, that this absurd phenomenon has assumed alarming proportions in recent times. As citizens, we must not surrender to this criminality, as we cannot do so and still expect honor. When political office holders defy the law and corruptly assume office, they will always operate as if they are above the law. Vote buying and other sundry criminal manipulation of the electoral process in Nigeria has left our citizens in a state of unmitigated disaster. As a result, we have been married off a mob that rules us by the example of their power, not by the dictates of law. A mob that rules by fear as an inalienable tool rather than by courage. A mob that accepts the status quo rather than challenge it. Mobs don't grow others. They only destroy others in order to grow themselves. When we follow the mob, we do so because we must, not because we're receiving any sense of significance for our own lives from them. Our democracy has stagnated and will sadly remain so until we eliminate all sham elections, which have the effect of throwing up the walls of us to lead the base of us. I hope we can now see why today's event is compellingly urgent. A more worrisome dimension to vote buying is the alleged use of the officials of the electoral empire, INEC, and officers of security agencies to induce or intimidate and coerce voters vote for particular candidates. Such absurdities have been widely reported in the media and confirmed by some local and international observers in respect of the recently concluded governorship elections in Osun State. As expected, all lovers of democracy worldwide rose to condemn these despicable incidents. Condemnation is good, but it's not enough. It will amount to hypocrisy if we don't take the bull by the horn by taking concrete steps to eliminate these evils that make mockery of our hard-won democracy. The essence of this public hearing, therefore, is to enable all of us interrogate these issues and proffer the way out. We must not leave here before we have proffered practical steps to be taken in order to ensure that each vote counts in our elections, and our elections henceforth will qualify as democratic elections, not the kind of sham elections usually organized by totalitarian regimes. Let me seize this opportunity to call on all people of goodwill in our country to rise in condemnation and denunciation of vote buying and all forms of electoral malpractices. Indeed, electoral fraud is one of the worst forms of corruption and should be treated as such. This is the only way we can guarantee the stability and growth of our democracy. At this juncture, I want to urge all of us present here to freely express our views and proffer solutions to curtail these menace. We expect the recommendations from this hearing will assist in the entrenchment of globally acceptable electoral process in Nigeria and procure the confidence of all our citizens in our electoral process. I wish us a very successful deliberations. Thank you all. God bless you, and God bless the Federal Republic.
Thank you very much.
That was Speaker, House of Representatives Yakubu Dogara, who just delivered his remarks, where he described vote buying as one of the most topical issues in Nigeria's electoral process, which he said must be addressed before the incoming elections.
Your Excellency, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Yakubu Dogara, principal officers of the Senate and the House of Representatives, the Chairman, co-chairman members of the National Assembly Joint Committee on INEC, distinguished senators, honorable members of the House of Representatives, the Chairman and Commissioners of INEC, the Senior Special Assistant to Mr. President of National Assembly Matters, Head of Agencies, Chairman and Representatives of political parties, our developmental partners, other stakeholders, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I have the pleasure of welcoming you all to this one-day public hearing on vote buying and improving electoral processes in Nigeria, organized by the Joint Committee on the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The purpose of this public hearing is a crucial one, and that is to put heads together over an issue that is pivotal to the successful conduct of the 2019 general elections. The period we're in now puts Nigeria in a delicate situation where Africa and the entire world are looking forward to what happens in our coming elections. This is understandable when you consider that our president is the current chairman of the ECOWAS. Moreover, the chairman of INEC is also the current head of the electoral commissions in West Africa. With these regional leadership roles, it is clear that we cannot afford to conduct an election that will not be seen as credible, peaceful, free and fair. It is instructive that in 2015, we in Nigeria set an viable standard that encouraged more countries in Africa to democratize. In 2019, we cannot lower the standard. Quite clearly, there should be positive progression. We must up the ante, therefore, because whatever we do will have impact on the continent and serve as a representation of Africa on the global stage. That is why I enjoin the leadership of both chambers of the National Assembly to come together and review all issues concerning the 2019 election dispassionately and with patriotism. Vote buying, by whatever means, remains one of the contemporary challenges that mar the electoral process. We must deal with this ill such in a manner that it does not detract from the credibility and legitimacy of the 2019 election. It is very disturbing, the unprecedented level of vote buying, and portends great danger to our democracy and, of course, the stability of the great nation. Permit me to observe at this point that our primary concern should be to entrench global best practices in our electoral process. For this is one of those issues concerning which, whether or not there is a law, it is us, all the stakeholders must come together through agreement and address a lot of the anomalies that we believe are best to improve the credible process of our election. At the very least, it is a minimal condition that we must meet to move towards 2019. All stakeholders must demonstrate the fact that a credible and transparent election is far better and more important than who wins that election. We cannot afford to send the wrong signals with our actions and inactions as we prepare for the next elections. The world should be able to take cues from us that we're ready to improve on our process and make our electoral process that much transparent and credible. This is because perception matters. As you all know, perception, in fact, is reality. At this point, it does seem to me that the onus is also on INEC to demonstrate its independence. It should be proactive to take bold decisions. This is necessary because the responsibility to conduct a credible election is solely that of the Commission. This is elemental in retaining the confidence of the electorate. All of us who have gathered here have the responsibility to contribute ideas based on our experiences and insights on how to cure the ills of vote buying, subverting the popular will, and delegitimizing the outcome of our elections. Furthermore, we need to make suggestions how to curb the unlawful interference by security agencies in the voting process. It is all too clear that security agents are beginning to emerge as major clogs in the election process. Reports of collusion with political actors to disenfranchise voters is very worrying indeed. We cannot, under any circumstance, militarize elections because that defeats the purpose of free, fair, and credible polls. In an election, access to the polling unit for the purpose of casting one vote is the bare minimum. Once the voter is denied the opportunity to vote through bullying, intimidation, and other forms of harassment, then vote rigging and electoral malpractice have free rein. The security agencies work for INEC as electoral body is the one charged by the Constitution and our laws to conduct election. INEC must therefore set the rules for the engagement of security agencies during election, which they are expected to follow. The Commission should seek further the cooperation of the respective security agencies to ensure strict compliance. It is that way that Nigerians can trust the process and to be clear to all that right steps have been taken regards the involvement of security agencies. I expect many more issues and suggestions to be raised by participants here today. It is my hope, and I'm sure the hope of millions of Nigerians, that at the end of these proceedings, this public hearing will make tremendous impact on how the 2019 polls will be conducted and the expected successful outcome. Accordingly, distinguished colleagues, stakeholders here present, I now formally declare open the public hearing on vote buying and improving electoral processes in Nigeria. I wish you a successful deliberation and look forward to your recommendation.
That was Senate President Abubakar Bukola Saraki, who just made his remarks. Well, he has urged the Independent National Electoral Commission, security agencies, and Nigerians, the entire citizens, to ensure that this menace of vote buying is curbed.
Distinguished guests, we've come to the end of the opening session of this public hearing. But just before we properly draw the curtains to mark the end, I'd like to invite to the podium the co-chairman of the National Assembly Joint Committee on INEC, and that's Honorable Aishatu Jibril Duku, to make a few remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency, the Senate President, the Chairman of the National Assembly, the Speaker, House of Representatives, principal officers of both the Senate and the House of Representatives, the Chairman, INEC Committee of the Senate, distinguished senators, my colleagues, honorable members, the Chief Clerk of INEC and his team, Rex, the Senior Special Assistant to Mr. President on National Assembly Matters, heads of agencies, representatives of political parties, development partners, other key stakeholders, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to be part of this public hearing on vote buying and improving electoral process in Nigeria, and to give the vote of thanks on behalf of the Senate and the House of Representatives Joint Committee on the Independent National Electoral Commission and Electoral and Political Parties Matters. It is sad to note that currently it appears that winning election in Nigeria now is anchored on money. Huge sums of money and other materials are now needed to buy votes from vote sellers in an organized form. It has become the ritual, especially in the rural areas, suburbs, and other places that are difficult for government officials and agencies to monitor. Some politicians give cash, some give materials. However, this phenomenon is not limited to any part of the country. It is a nationwide negative syndrome that needs to be tackled squarely. Hence, the outcome of this public hearing and its recommendations on how to tackle this issue is very pertinent. As money gains influence in politics in both young and old democracies alike, it is becoming increasingly clear that it is one of the main factors influencing both policy making and election outcomes. In many countries, especially in developing countries, according to a study done by the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, IDEA, in 2018, I quote, "The huge funds involved in election campaigns and other sundry expenses now make it impossible for those without access to large private funds to compete on the same level." It is important to also note that as vote buying and selling are increasingly becoming the norm, phone cameras are now used to authenticate the political party a voter voted for in the polling booths, so that vote buyers will be rest assured before they pay the vote seller with ease. It is therefore not out of place to recommend that voters should be asked to drop their phones and other gadgets with cameras, like it is done in JAM and other examination centers when they are going into the polling booths to vote. In a 2017 survey conducted by the International Foundation for Electoral System, IFES, and Practical Sampling International, it was reported that more than 7 out of 10 Nigerians believe that vote buying happens either all of the time or most of the time in the country's elections. Simply put, vote buying and selling is now becoming the rule in Nigeria because of the increasing rate of mechanization of the electoral process in recent times. The introduction of the PVC, the card reader, and other electronic means such as computerization of the voters' register and the accreditation processes are some of the major reasons that have triggered the malpractice of vote buying and selling. Traditional electoral malpractices such as ballot box snatching, stuffing, and mutilation of the voters' register are now impossible because of the introduction of electronic systems and gadgets in the electoral processes. To address buying of votes, we can apply criminal law provisions as contained in the Criminal Code and Penal Code. When you offer money to buy to people in return for their votes, it means you are bribing them. Apart from the criminal law that can be exploited to prosecute those who are involved, there are also sufficient provisions in our Electoral Act, such as sections 120, 124, and 125 for serving such an unhealthy practice. What is required is political will to apply and enforce these provisions. Finally, as we embark on this public hearing today, I urge us all to be open in our suggestions and bring forth new ideas on how to put a stop to vote buying and vote selling in Nigeria. The current electoral malpractice of vote buying and selling must be dealt with in all its ramifications. I believe INEC and the security agencies can take the lead on this issue by arresting and prosecuting anyone that is found wanting as regarding buying or selling of votes. My expectation is that this public hearing will produce an outcome that will go a long way in strengthening the electoral environment and laws and further deepen democracy in Nigeria. I sincerely wish to thank the Senate President, the Speaker, principal officers, the Chairman, Senators, honorable members, the SSA to Mr. President, INEC Chairman and his team, invited key stakeholders, IPAC, members of the press, for having time to be here. Together, we can make the difference. I thank you.
Thank you very much, the co-chair of this committee. Distinguished guests, we have therefore come to the end of the opening session of this very important public hearing. At this point, I would like to respectfully request the chairman of the Joint Committee to call the House to order and, of course, state the rules for the business.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, my highly respected colleagues.
May I request your permission, Mr. President, to commence the business of the day. Meeting is called to order. Your Excellencies, invited guests, the business of the day is going to be a very simple one and a very straightforward one. We have names of agencies and those to speak first, and what will happen is that we will go exactly by what we have in front of us, by the agenda, and then for those of you whose names are not on the list, you will identify yourself by raising up your hands, and if my eyes meet your hand, I will call upon you to make your presentation. But meanwhile, the Secretariat should listen with rapt attention so that you can take notes and listen to all those who are making their presentations. So I think we will start with the man of the moment, the Chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, to come up and then let us hear what you have to say with respect to vote buying and vote selling.
Your Excellency, the Senate President, Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished senators, honorable members, chairmen of political parties, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me, first and foremost, and on behalf of the Commission, thank the National Assembly for organizing this public hearing on vote buying. With just 67 days to the 2019 general elections, the decision to focus on vote buying is truly appropriate. The fact that it is organized by the National Assembly by way of public hearing is a demonstration of the concern that we all have that vote buying must be tackled and it must never be allowed to define our elections and our democratic process. For us in INEC, the practice of vote buying is unacceptable and must never, as I said, define our democracy. The truth is that we must all condemn the practice and endeavor to find a lasting solution to the problem. It is illegal, it is undemocratic, morally repugnant, and a negation of the sanctity of the ballot. It debases our electoral democracy, enthrones unaccountable leadership, denies citizens quality representation, deprives the nation of the opportunity to address the challenges of development, and earns the nation a bad name internationally. The moment elected public officers, including those who make laws for the order and good governance of the country, buy their way to power and positions of authority, they not only lose the moral standing to represent the people, but also lose touch with the tangible needs of the people they claim to represent. In turn, the people become powerless in ensuring accountability in the management of public affairs. The decision to focus on vote buying is therefore commendable. However, For this public hearing to be meaningful, and for there to be solution to the menace of vote buying, we must be frank in our discussions, practical in our suggestions, and committed to the implementation of actionable recommendations. To be honest, distinguished Senate President, Right Honorable Speaker, I share the feeling among many Nigerians that we talk too much as a nation. We talk too much as a nation. We should stop talking and do more for our country. Well, I say so, and I want to say that when I received the invitation for this public hearing, I said to myself that what we perhaps need is a confessional forum rather than a public hearing, at which those who buy the votes will tell us how they do it, so that we can collectively take further steps to consolidating our democracy and addressing the menace. INEC is not a vote buyer. INEC is not a vote seller. However, I am confident that this public hearing will achieve a practical purpose. Your Excellency, the Senate President, Your Excellency, the Speaker, vote buying in terms of the use of cash at polling units on election day to induce voters in order to influence their choice of candidates has become a major issue in our electoral process, especially for some of the more recent elections conducted by INEC. However, the problem has been with us for a long time. It is also a global phenomenon that many nations have to deal with, just as many nations around the world are currently dealing with the problem. It is neither new nor unique to Nigeria. That's why our law in Nigeria provision for dealing with the problem in a broader sense than just the act of buying polling votes and polling units on election day. That's why we miss the point if we simply focus on vote buying at polling units in a general or organizing election. In the last 1 week, I have been reading a very fantastic book trying to draw lessons from other parts of the world on how we can improve our electoral process. It has a very interesting title, Elections for the Causes and Consequences of Vote Buying. So nations have been grappling with this problem. It's not just Nigeria, but we must find solution to our problems in Nigeria so that the solutions we find in Nigeria will become the international best practice for other nations to also learn the Nigerian experience. Section 124 of the Electoral Act 2010 as amended criminalize bribery and induced jeopardy, of which vote buying in cash on election day is only one dimension of the illegality. In addition, several laws of our land make bribery and inducement criminal conduct, such as the Administration of Justice Act, the EPC Act, and the IPC Act. Section 1999 several constitutional statements by many partisan actors on how our electoral process is provided as election personnel are induced through food items, kitchen utensils, rooms, appliances, clothing, toiletries, sandwich, and election day. Here I talk about sandwich and talking about food. The way votes are induced two slices of bread, which in between the slices is a nut. So a sandwich as food is sandwich for good inducement. This is the address menace of to inducement. Price will not expect the so many instances in this country where aspirants use delegates within the parties to emerge elected members of public exams at state, local government and world levels. At the same time, candidates induce voters in an election. So it's a spiral that we need to break. It is only when buying tax plus are breaking it that becomes a problem. It is systemic. Reforms the process. Introducing new innovations is that the safety votes continue to count. So too, the desperation and sophistication of some political. That is a correlation between the resource to open
Information is power. Everyone wants power. So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the U-Report link, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, your access to real-time information.
Imagine a station where you access information. Think of a station that creates awareness for national development. Imagine a station that prepares you for a bright and greater future. A station for all ages. Documentaries, classroom and television, events coverage, children's programs and variety shows. Always stay tuned to NTA Knowledge on the StarTimes platform, channel 359. For partnership, sponsorship and advert placements, contact us on NTA Knowledge. NTA Knowledge, learning to broaden horizon. Imagine a station where you access information. Think of a station that creates awareness for national development. Imagine a station that prepares you for a bright and greater future. A station for all ages. Documentaries, classroom and television, events coverage, children's programs and variety shows. Always stay tuned to NTA Knowledge on the StarTimes platform, channel 359. For partnership, sponsorship and advert placements, contact us on NTA Knowledge. NTA Knowledge, learning to broaden horizon.
In the beginning was a dream.
To the concept of migrating from the analog to the digital system.
NTA has 8 network channels. Before then, all our content were competing for one network.
As we go on,
we are very specialized. We have the parliament, entertainment, languages. Each and every one of them has its own identity that caters for a particular group of audience that cuts across the nation at large.
Driving the dream in a language you understand.
Get a channel that's adapted to your local needs.
Taking you along every inch of the way. NTA multi-channel, a network within the network. You can't beat the rich.
These days, people get their news and information.
So, starting with the Ekiti election, we altered the configuration of the polling units, but most especially in the Osun governorship elections. To make it difficult, if not impossible, for the ballot papers to be exposed between the voting cubicle and the ballot boxes, by ensuring that the ballot boxes are placed closer to the voting cubicles. We thought it was a solution. But just before the Osun governorship elections, we were told that another plan was devised to beat the system. That people were going to carry their smartphones into the voting cubicles, so that they will thumbprint, take a picture, and then come and drop the ballot papers without anybody knowing that they have taken a picture of the ballot papers to show to those who will eventually settle them. We again responded by introducing a partial ban on the use of mobile phones and photographic devices at polling, not at polling units generally, but in the voting cubicles on election day. On that score, there was an improvement in curtailing vote buying in Osun State. But it is not only peculiar to Nigeria. Recently, we visited the US during the midterm elections, and I was pleasantly surprised to see that at one of the polling units in Maryland, the first thing that attracted my attention was a poster with a picture of a mobile phone and a cross, that mobile phones are not allowed in the voting, in the polling station. That's what they call their polling units. And then later, I Googled and discovered that 18 out of the 50 states in America have effectively a ban on the use of mobile phones at the polling units. So we introduced that innovation as well. We are going to train our staff, election duty staff, to ensure that these and any other innovations we introduce between now and the 2019 elections are carefully followed. We have increased the ease of reporting violations to the Commission. On election day, whenever we have major elections, we convert our conference room into our situation room, and citizens can reach us in the situation room, and we can contact any part of the country immediately while election is. But citizens can reach us directly. The ICCC, the INEC Citizens Contact Center, which has a toll-free number. And we have other platforms. We're on Instagram, we're on Facebook, we're on Twitter. Citizens can reach us and lodge their complaints, and the Commission will respond immediately. We need increased and sustained sensitization of voters through the work of our Voter Education and Publicity Department, including, as I think His Excellency the Senate President said, engagement with the security agencies. We have rules of engagement, and we have training programs ahead of the 2019 general elections, focusing essentially on security. But there is something else we are going to do in 2019. And Your Excellency the Senate President, I want to seize this opportunity to demonstrate this improvement as we approach the 2019 general election. I have here in my hand the sample ballot paper for the presidential election in 2019. It's a sample and a specimen. The security features are not here. The color, in any case, will also produce this for voter education and publicity. But this is the sample of the ballot paper to be used for the 2019 general elections. You know, we don't use envelopes. And so we have a problem, as I said earlier, that as the voter travels between the voting cubicle and the ballot box, he or she exposes the marked ballot paper, sometimes with the intention of showing this to agents of the vote buyers. In 2019, the ballot papers will be given rolled up to the voters. How is the ballot paper going to be rolled up? We are going to start from the top, and it's going to be rolled up like this. So once a voter is accredited, he's given the ballot paper rolled up. We are going to introduce quick dry ink pad so that will eliminate the risk of smashing and spoiling the ballot papers. And because you roll it from the top, if you roll it this way, suppose you mark the first box and you roll it this way, there is no way the ink is going to touch the box or logo of any political party. It will only touch the back of the ballot paper. And once it is done like this, and the voter votes in the voting cubicles, he is supposed to flatten the ballot paper like this. It's flattened. And by the time the voter emerges from the voting cubicle, he will emerge with something like this that nobody will know which party he or she has voted for. Before then, the ballot paper is dropped into the ballot box. We'll train our presiding officers on that. We'll do tremendous voter education on that, and that is what we will do in the 2019 general elections. I have two more points before I resume my seat, Your Excellencies. This is what INEC is doing, and we'll continue to think imaginatively, working with the stakeholders to see what more we can do to protect the integrity and sanctity of the ballot. But we have a responsibility, and other agencies of government also have their own responsibility. Somebody has to secure the environment for INEC to conduct elections. We can't secure the environment. And that is entirely the responsibility of the security agencies. I'm happy to say that we have been working collaboratively with the security agencies through the instrumentality of the Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security. We'll continue to work with the security agencies as we approach the 2019 general elections, so that the environment is going to be secure for us to conduct elections, and for there not to be the kind of thing that His Excellency the Senate President said. What happened to observers to the media. We accredit observers. INEC can never intimidate observers. We accredit them. We accredit the media. INEC can never intimidate the media. So the security agencies have their own role in ensuring enforcement. And let me also say this, as an affirmation of the collaborative relationship between INEC and the security agencies. Very recently, our resident electoral commissioner, Oshun, is here. Very recently, we received reports in respect of 9 cases of electoral violations from Osun State. And as we speak, the state is prosecuting 3 of the 9 cases that we received from the police. Remember, the law says INEC should prosecute, but we have no power to make arrest. We have no police. We have no power to investigate. We have no capacity. If you don't arrest and you don't investigate, how do you have the evidence that will lead to successful prosecution? Somebody has to arrest, somebody has to gather the information before we then do successful prosecution. We'll continue to work with the security agencies. Our hope is that just as we did in Kano in 2016, after a by-election in a state constituency called Minjibir, where for the first time we successfully prosecuted over 40 electoral offenders, we'll continue to achieve such success. But so far, all the offenders that we have prosecuted are the ballot box snatchers, are the ballot paper snatchers. These are unlikely to be beneficiaries of the election. I look forward to the day when we successfully prosecute the mother spiders, the beneficiaries of the elections. Finally, I go to the responsibilities of the National Assembly. This is a public hearing. It's in the tradition of Parliament to organize public hearing. The only thing we are used to when the National Assembly conducts public hearing is that there is a draft bill. But this one is important because it has given us the opportunity to say what we want to say courageously and passionately, so that arising from the discussions at this conference, we can then see how we improve on the fortunes of the electoral process. But there is a matter that has been outstanding in this country since 2008. And this is squarely, at this point, the responsibility of the National Assembly. After the 2007 elections, the nation set up the UWES Committee to reform our electoral process. The UWES Committee recommended the establishment of the Electoral Offences Commission and Tribunal. Till date, such commission and tribunal has not been established. In 2011, after the post-election violence, the then government set up the Lemu Committee. The Lemu Committee recommended the establishment of the Electoral Offences Commission and Tribunal. The government of the day accepted the recommendation. There is even a white paper in which the then Attorney General was ordered by the Federal Executive Council to submit a bill to the National Assembly. That has not been done. 2 years ago, government again set up another committee chaired by a former Senate President, Ken Nnamani. And the Nnamani Committee recommended the establishment of Electoral Offences Commission and Tribunal. Now I'm happy to say that there is a distinguished senator here who sponsored the appeal for the establishment of the Electoral Offences Commission and Tribunal. I think it passed first reading. It is still pending in the Senate. Your Excellencies, this nation needs the Electoral Offences Commission and Tribunal, to which all violators of the electoral law should be subjected, whether they are INEC officials, security agencies, or the political actors. Finally, Your Excellencies, let me assure you and assure this nation that we are all committed to free, fair, and credible elections in 2019. We know that a good election is not only good for progress and development of the country. A good election is a recipe for peace. a poorly conducted election is a recipe for disaster. We will be on the side of history and conduct credible elections in 2019. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman INEC, for your crystal clear presentation. And the Chairman made it very clear that INEC is not a vote buyer or a vote seller. But I believe in due course, we will get to know, and that's the essence of this public hearing, who are the vote buyers and who are the vote sellers. And who are the brokers. So, this is an opportunity for those of you who want to speak to come out and confess why you have been buying votes or selling votes. And at the same time, for those of you who want to improve the electoral processes, this is also an opportunity. But do not forget, when you come to the stage to make your presentation, please endeavor to introduce yourself for the records. And then make it brief. And again, we will move to the next person, the Chairman, Interparty Advisory Council, IPAC, High Chief Peter Ame. And then after him, any major political party present here who wishes to make presentation can come out and make a presentation. Any political party?
Chairman of the point of correction.
Very good. Any small or big political party?
There is no small or big
the chairman
political
of INEC will
party.
be here to, are there small or no? If there is any political party that wishes to make further presentation, this is the time. Not major. I repeat, not major.
There is no major political party, sir. No major political party.
Even parties without representation can also make their case.
His Excellency, distinguished. Okay. You want me to speak? Okay, let me stand on all as the already established protocol. For us at the Interparty Advisory Council, our interest is the conduct of free and fair elections in Nigeria. Because the conduct of free and fair election and credible election in Nigeria has been a huge intractable challenge, and more than anything else, has polarized the country, usually along the lines of the government in power and the opposition since 1999, an exception to 2019 because of the introduction of the card reader. This situation arguably perverted the 19 listed elections that have been conducted from the colonial times to the post-independent Nigeria. As all the elections in view have been serially characterized by electoral breaches, inclusive but not limited to stuffing of ballot boxes, overbloated voting register, special treatment of voters and election officials, disappearance and destruction of ballot boxes, distortion of results, intimidation of voters and political opponents by law enforcement agents, violent, arson, and the wanton destruction of life and property. This situation is made more precarious by the interference of political godfathers in the administrative and governance structures of political parties, leading to the lack of party internal democracy, negation of the provisions of the political grand norms, impunity, and imposition of lack of accountability in the management of political parties. For us at the Interparty Advisory level, our interest is that 2019 elections will be conducted with the interest of the multi-party democratic system we have at heart. Because if our democracy must grow, vote buying must be stopped at all costs. If you look at the last report from Cable Online, when it said that 68% of the election result in 2015 was done with incident form. That put the political party, multi-party democracy we practice at the danger front. Because for us, the introduction of the card reader in 2015 has reduced the level of ballot box stuffing, ballot box snatching, and other electoral offenses that have characterized the practice of our electoral process from 1999 date. So we have determined to work with INEC to see that the card reader and the PVC that has been introduced, the technology that has improved our elections so far, be a cardinal point of use in the 2019 elections. Many Nigerians heard the PVC introduction, its effectiveness in election, and Nigeria, who had initially lost confidence in the electoral process, regained confidence again with the PVC. It drastically reduced the problem of rigging, ballot box stuffing, like I said earlier, and double thumbprinting elections. However, the activities that characterized the recent governorship election in Ekiti, Osun State, and the Senatorial House of Representative election in Kogi, Bauchi, and Katsina, with the high level of what our party agents told us and what we gather from political party here that are present, is that there was a high level of money-induced voting process in these elections. That is not something we blame, but we must be able to work with the relevant security agencies, with the electoral management body, to see that this innovation that the INEC chairman has mentioned here, that they have introduced on how to be able to manage the polling area and the polling stations, to see that those who are willing to use money to get into government through illegitimate means be stopped at all costs. Because if we must make our people, governance, to be elected, you must be elected on the basis of legitimacy. And if you come into office through a backdoor process of vote buying, I don't think you have the mandate of the people. So for all, we will work hard, see that the process is clean and transparent. Some of the issues that IPAC is bringing on the front burner, in view of the above, in pursuit of our inalienable rights and privileges as political organization required by the law, with the undersigned unanimously and advocate and correctly demand the underlisted, that INEC should clearly define the role of the PVC card reader and the manual register and the application to the general elections. That INEC should avail the political party the exact locations of all the other polling points, exact numbers of the ballot boxes to be used in each of the units. Make available the comprehensive list of voters by polling unit, latest by the 3rd week of January. Identify the security agencies and clearly spell out the role of such agencies and their distance each of them would be from the polling unit, and the distance each of them would be from the polling unit. Customize the result sheet so that it will be specific to the polling units. Provide immediate access to the portal where all the collected and please, we cancel that. Elimination of the incident report form on declaration of results from incident report forms are inclusive until such forms are authenticated by the belonging owner of the PVC. One of the issues that we will have, if we go ahead, because in 2015 election, I was part of the process, we had a meeting that this incident form should not be used. And the meeting also specified that those who cannot be authenticated by the machine will come either on a later day, the next day, if the electronic machine is having problem on that day, to come either the next day to conduct the election for that specific polling unit. But midway into the election, we got text message that their election can go along ahead with incident form. And that is the result of what you see that Cable Online reported that 68% in more than 15 states result was used as a result of incident form. That will not give credibility to the process. That is what we got, and that's why for you to make statistics, at least as you must mention where you get that statistics from. And I've made reference to the Cable Online news. For us, as political parties, if we must, because the Constitution specifies one thing very clearly, that Nigerians are free to belong to any political party where their rights and interests are protected. And if you decide not to belong to parties and you want to belong to which is going to not take away the legislative, not take our election that is not going forward, because we must be a shining light for the African nation. We must be a shining light for the West social community. So for us, we have decided that incident form should not even be a part of our election process. It's going to set us back. It's going to withdraw us back. The decision I read here before you is a decision taken at the General Assembly of the Council of Inter-Party Advisory Council, that we will work with the Commission to make sure that processes, every meeting that is held, these processes are clearly defined, and our engagement status are clearly defined. And as a principal stakeholder in the electioneering process in Nigeria, the political party, we must be seen to be involved in how these elections are designed, how these elections the wishes and aspirations of our people. We must be seen to be part of a process that will usher in a government that must believe in the true state of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, High Chief Peter Ame. We'll move to the next. The Inspector General of Police, IGP, or no, I don't. Okay, we just hold it. Excuse me. Can you hold on? Well, any other political party what party is that?
ANRP, sir. Major political party.
I second. Major political party.
What political party is that?
Abundant Nigeria Renewal Party.
Abundant Nigeria. Okay, you can speak from there, your seat.
Okay, thank you very much.
And your name and your political party.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Senate President, Speaker of the House of Reps. My name is Tope Kolade Fashua. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. I just want to quickly chip in as you sit down. Okay, thank you very much. So I just want to chip in very quickly on the issue of vote buying in our country. The issue with the law, Section 120 through to 126 of the electoral law speaks about vote buying in Nigeria. But the problem is that the law focuses on the individuals. As the distinguished INEC chairman has said, the real issue is that parties, not even candidates, parties are the ones that sponsor people to buy votes. We are fairly new parties. We are not funded. We have never been funded by anyone, whether by INEC or anybody. We don't have money to buy any votes. The parties that buy votes, they know themselves. So there's a way we need to begin to think of redrafting that law to include sanctions for the parties, and it can be done. If anybody is caught on the field buying votes with money, they can easily be traced, and they can be identified to be members of particular parties. What is going on in Nigeria is simply also the problem of poverty. As the INEC chairman said, in the United States, during the Great Depression, they used to bribe people with cigarettes, with pigs, and all of that. In the United Kingdom, as I speak, when you get to a place called Tower Hamlet, where a lot of Bangladeshi people live, they still buy votes till tomorrow in Tower Hamlets. So, however, all over Nigeria, there's poverty. So you have an endemic situation here, which is why I'm calling attention to the budget level of this country. We are reducing budget for next year, meaning there's more poverty loading for our people next year. And I'm saying that until we get rid of this poverty issue all over the country and we begin to think properly for this country, it's going to be a long drawn-out affair eradicating vote buying. Thank you very much.
Honorable, your political party, please.
My name is Honorable Dr. Jeff Ojinika, former member House of Reps, the National Chairman of Coalition for Change and the Deputy National Chairman of IPAC. I would like to react to two issues on the improvement of the electoral process, not definitely on the vote buying. The first one is that there is no way we can shy away from this electoral process being very credible by not having a very strong legal framework. I would like, on behalf of the numerous Nigerians and members of my political party, to enjoin the National Assembly to quickly give us a legal framework by overriding the President's veto. This should be the greatest service that you do to Nigerians and that you will do to this nation and to Africa. It's a patriotic duty that you will do irrespective of your political affiliation. Secondly, I would like to also talk about resource sheets. Emphasis is on the booth. But from all we know now, from the voting point from the booth to the point of collation, the figures change. So I would like to say that the result sheets, we are suggesting that the result sheets for this election will be specific for each of the 120 electoral booths that we have in this country. And on no account should a result sheet meant for one electoral booth be used for another electoral booth. And on no account should also the result sheet for a particular collation, either at the ward or the local government or at any point, be transferred or be used for another. It has to be specific with a serial number. Because right now, some people, some Nigerians, there's a whole lot of electronic thing going on. You might print the result sheet today, before you know it, other result sheets might emanate here and there. So it will be important that the agents, everybody knows the result sheet, the particular serial number that is used for any particular location. That if that number changes, we then know that something is wrong somewhere along the line. Nigerians cannot, we cannot afford to fail this time around. We cannot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair, Coalition for Change. We have also Elder Yemi Akinyomi. Where are you? Okay, but I think so that they can capture you very well, I think you should come here to the stage and then make your presentation. And I think whoever wants to speak will not be able to speak from his seat now because they cannot capture you, because this is live TV we're on. So you have to come to the stage so that they can capture you very well. Thank you. Definitely, we would. Yes. All right. All right. Thank you.
Well, by introduction, my names are Elder Yemi Akinwomi. I am one of the chieftains of PDP. Of course, the Deputy National Chairman of PDP. All protocols duly extended. There used to be a concept some years back in science. We say action and reaction, they are equal, they are opposite. It's John Newton's second law of motion. In social sciences, we talk of cause and effect, that it is the cause that brings effect. I want to say here this afternoon that all of us know what is good when we are doing what is bad. If it is to come and speak professorial English, give it to Mahmoud Yakubu. But I want to say that you have not provided any solution to this problem, with all humility, sir. You have not. And I believe you know the solutions. Whether for one reason or the other, you choose not to give the solutions. But when it comes to speaking Elizabethan English or professorial English, I give it to you. Ladies and gentlemen, vote buying and improving our electoral system. Vote buying came in not quite long. You all know why it came in. The single cause of vote buying is poverty. For anybody to solve vote buying in Nigeria, you must make food available on the tables of Nigeria. If you refuse to make food available to Nigerians, you can never solve vote buying. For example, people are saying that in America or United Kingdom, in Britain, in France, there are lesser incidents of vote buying, if it exists at all. It is because the governments are able to provide the basic essentials for the people. They provide water, they provide food, they provide health care, they provide everything, electricity. Compare that to a Nigerian that is not sure of 2,000 naira a day. That is not sure of 2,000 naira, a family that cannot raise 2,000 naira a day. I am happy, Professor said it here, when he was talking that they had an incident where...
We have 1 more minute.
They had an incident where the voters on the queue, they ran after the sellers, the buyers. That is the trend.
Round up.
It's even the voters that are even chasing the sellers. It's even the voters that are not chasing the buyers. Because when a Nigerian could not get 3,000 for a meal in a day, and he sees a person giving out 10,000 naira.
Okay, your time is up.
And sees a person giving out 10,000 naira, free of charge.
Your time is up.
He will pursue the person. He will chase the person. So if you want to solve the problem of vote buying, you must be prepared. The government must be told to provide food for Nigerians, to provide basic essentials.
Time up. Time up.
They say my time is up.
The purpose of this public hearing is for us to find solutions. So when anybody comes, please let him offer solutions. It's very, very key, otherwise we will not make progress. When you come, you can make your observations, but please offer solutions. Because we will hope that as Nigerians here, irrespective of our political parties, and we want solutions. We want to move this country forward. So please let us take in office solutions. Thank you so much.
And do not forget, Mr. Chairman, INEC will be calling you in due course to make your response to most of the questions and that political parties are asking. The Right Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency, sir.
Okay, thank you, Your Excellency, the Senate President, Chairman of this hearing. Because I'll be making my way very shortly for another function, I want to raise just 3 issues, and I'll get the response from my chairman later when this hearing is adjourned. First of all, it's an experience I had in the recently concluded senatorial election, by-election in Bauchi State. And this one directly affects me, and I want to raise it at this hearing. My polling unit in particular, we have over 2,000 registered voters. Now, INEC supplied only 1,500 ballot papers. Only 1,500. And so that technically means that over 700 registered voters had been knocked off before the election had even started. Then in the course of the accreditation, only 700 were accredited. And we were told that the period allowed for accreditation had lapsed and no one else could be accredited then. And there were over 1,000 registered voters with their PVCs on the queue. So a crisis ensued. Most of your staff were held hostage. I had to leave my house in the village to go to the polling unit to appeal to the voters, especially those who were on the queue with their PVCs, to just allow the number of the votes to be 700 because that was what was captured on the machine. So in the end, over 1,000 people couldn't cast their votes in that election. So I don't know what the situation is. Why is it that INEC cannot supply ballot papers to the tune of the registered voters that it has registered in the particular polling unit. Why is that a problem? And should that repeat itself? Because I assured them that it will never repeat itself again. That is why I'm raising this. And I'm sure it's the experience in most polling units where votes are suppressed on account of lack of availability of ballot papers. Secondly, with regards to vote buying, I share my experience as well. In 2015 elections, at the same polling unit, my polling unit, I saw a gentleman with a bag full of cash. Ghana must go. Sorry to use that colloquial term. And there was a security officer there. So I approached him and said, "Officer, don't you know that what this man is doing is a crime? Why won't you arrest him?" I was then an honorable member, so he said to me, "Honorable, why are you not happy? These are your brothers and sisters, your parents, they have been giving money and you are not happy. Who has stopped you from bringing your own money to come and share here?" And he simply walked away. And it continued all through, unabated. In the glare of everyone, it's not that they're doing it somewhere or somebody is even taking pictures, snapping his ballot paper to go and collect the money elsewhere. No. There were agents there. Once you cast the votes for that party, the agent will your 3,000 and you're gone. So I don't know, how do we deal with this problem? How? Then lastly, I want to find out from the INEC chairman, really, who has the authority under the law to cancel an election? Is it the presiding officer at the polling unit or the collation officer, or is it Abuja? Who has the authority under the law to cancel an election? So those are the three issues that bothered me. Thank you very much, and I beg Your Excellency to take my leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker.
Sir, are you going to accept?
Okay, we've taken so many questions from political parties. I think we'll give opportunity to Nigerian police to come and tell us who the vote buyers are or the vote sellers. IG or representative of the IG, make yourself available, introduce yourself please, and then straight to the point. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Senate President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, the Speaker we just left now, the Chairman and Co-Chairman of the Joint Committee on INEC permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I am AIG Rashid Akitunde of Federal Operations and Nigeria Police, First Secretary Abuja, representing the Inspector General of Police, IGP Ibrahim K. Idris, NPM, MNI. I have his paper to present this afternoon. I was asked to come and say who are the vote buyers. I think everybody knows who are the vote buyers. Whoever is seeking vote is likely to buy vote if he knows that it's not popular in his area. So that is what I can say. We all know that vote buying from other speakers, right from the presentation of the INEC chairman, has started from when this Otuku era commenced. It's only that the marketplaces have been shifted from the night time to morning up to the polling center when the politicians lost confidence in the people they are buying vote from, and they want to confirm that they actually bought the vote. Because what some of them have been buying is the fish in the ocean or the birds in the air. So they really want to confirm that yes, the money they spent is not lost. The market to the polling units on the election day. It is indeed an honor, and I deeply appreciate and cherish the privilege to be invited to make a contribution, essentially at this one-day public hearing on vote buying and improving electoral process in Nigeria. Black Law Dictionary 8th edition defines democracy as government by the people, either directly or through representatives. Therefore, democracy is a form of government most suitable for ensuring the protection of certain basic rights, some of which are entrenched in the Chapter 4 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. These rights referred to are the species of rights which can be said to be inherent in every human being, which cannot be taken away from any person without affront of justice, since they are regarded as inalienable and immutable. Notably, one of these inherent rights is the right to peacefully assemble and associate. Section 40 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended provides every person shall be entitled to assemble freely and associate with other persons, and in particular, he may form or belong to any political party, trade union, or any other association for the protection of interest. The above provision apparently gives rise to many political parties as witnessed today in Nigeria, hence the need for electoral process. The electoral process is the method by which a person is elected to public office in a democratic society. Therefore, elections are held in the federation at all levels and at the regular interval to select.
Can we go straight to the point?
Vote buying. Vote buying occurs when a political party or candidate seeks to buy the vote of voter in an upcoming election. The vote buying can take various forms, such as exchange of necessary goods or services. Vote buying is a crime and threatens the conduct of fair election. In other words, vote selling and vote buying or trading is absolutely illegal. It is illegal to pay ransom for people to vote a certain candidate. It will not be overemphasized. Vote buying is danger to Nigeria's budding democracy. The citizen must be reoriented to appreciate the consequences of selling their votes, as by vote selling, the voters has lost his or her voting power by exchanging it for money or other material.
Can you, excuse me, hold on. Can you tell us what the police is going to do about vote buying, or what they have done about vote buying? That's what we want to hear. That's what Nigerians want to hear. Straight to the point, please.
Before I start saying what the police is going to do, I want to say what police has done.
Okay.
So that
maybe. I will give you one more minute.
So that I will say what we continue to.
Gentlemen, hold on. Everybody will speak. That is why we are here.
Because
we will give you one more minute to speak. From there, you will stay there, and then you will take questions from the public.
Okay, then the solution to curb the menace of vote buying. First and foremost, it's important to know that democracy is not democracy because you call it democracy. Democracy is democracy because you adopt it, you practice it in letter and spirit, and you celebrate it in action and superior to any other form of government adopted by man. High time, people realize that vote selling and buying is absolutely legal and danger to Nigeria voting democracy. So it is.
The mood here is that you round up. Round up, please. You have 1 more minute.
I will round up. The police, the electoral offenses. Let me say that the electoral offenses under the Electoral Act 2000 with 2016 amendment into pre-election offenses and post-election offenses. And just as the chairman electoral has said, that there are laws, electoral acts, criminalizing the vote buying. And vote buying is bribery, buying at primary election and vote buying. People in various places to come and vote for them is vote buying. All these are offenses, so all these are offenses, and Nigeria police is charged with enforcing the law. However, there are during the election day that INEC has to direct the security those who are committing the offense. Once the INEC officials, the police or the electoral or the security agencies, they have to make the arrest. I want to say that it is only those who are not benefiting from the election that are being arrested. So, and police are out that nobody is above the law. During election, anybody who has committed offense must be arrested. And we are going to enforce both criminal laws and electoral laws. So it is not only those who are being sent. If somebody is sent to go and commit an offense, the accomplices have to be traced and joined. And once this one is done, we believe that we'll be discouraging those who are sending them. Because if this one is not done, they will continue to, those who are benefiting from those vote buying will keep on doing it. They will only be sending those poor people into jail because they have been escaping. So the police role and the other security agency role is to make sure that we enforce the law to its letter and nobody will be left untouched. Both the people who are sending, the people who are buying votes, the police is ready to enforce the law. Thank you very much.
Okay, can you hold on there?
Paper,
if you are true, you will wait for a minute there because you will take some questions.
Okay.
Maybe 2 or 3 questions from the public. If there is anybody here who wants to ask a question, this is the opportunity and this is the time. Anybody who wants to ask? You want to ask a question? What is your name? And then you can ask the question.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am standing on the existing protocol.
But your question must be directly related to security. I hope that's what you are about to ask. Thank you.
as I've said, I just believe police is here to just speak on two things, my personal opinion. What has been the role of police so far in vote buying? It is clear people are buying vote. Politicians are buying vote. We know the buyer, we know the seller. What has been the role of police? One. My second question, sir, what will be the future role and the solution to vote buying in any polling booth? Because it is clear that police man the election polling unit, not military, not civil defense. Everything centers on police. What will be the solution to the vote buying, sir? And the role police are expected to play according to the rule of engagement set up by the INEC. Thank you.
This committee is gender friendly. Let's hear from you.
Yes, standing on the existing protocol, my name is Dr. Amina Yahaya Okeke, the National Coordinator Convener of Voice of the Widows and Orphans Foundation. Here I'm putting forth to the police, to the IG. I remember vividly well, I monitored election 2015, and a ballot box was snatched. I have my colleague here with me, and it was snatched in a police vehicle. I wonder why that is happening. So what do you have to say to that? And today you're coming up to tell us you people are doing everything necessary, putting all hands on deck to see that this is stopped. But 2015, the ballot box was snatched in a police vehicle. What do you have to say to that, and how do we cop this? Thank you.
Representative of IG, you've had their questions, so we're listening.
Thank you very much, sir. The first one is, what is the solution we have for vote buyers? Like I said, the solution is to enforce the law in its totality. Whatever level of person is involved, we are going to make sure that we enforce the law, we make arrests. But the polling units have said that it is the INEC officials that will direct the security officers to make arrests. So that is that. But outside the polling units, the police will make arrests. Second one is the snatching of a ballot box. You know that during election, the politicians saw uniform of security agencies. Because they are desperate to get into offices, they put on this uniform on their talks, and they can have any vehicle conveying them. And when they snatch, you will say it is security agents, police. It's only when you report to the nearest police that you will know. So it is only when you will know that these are policemen. Because during the period, you will see that you can see that the custom are people intercepting so many items, keys of security agencies. For what? It's because of the election. So it is the electoral class that we appeal to stop all these things. It's not policemen who have snatched box. They are not being elected, so they have no interest. They won't benefit from any elective post. Why should they go and snatch electoral box? Of what benefit? Of what benefit? So I don't believe it is the policemen who have snatched them. So please, when next there's something like that, move to either the commissioner of police or senior officer to report this case so that they can intercept. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. You can come and take your seat. The next to speak is the DGSSS or the representative.
Please, police should remain here. You should remain. Maybe there might be more questions later on. We'll just sit down. Don't go anywhere. Maybe you'll make some arrests today. Okay, introduce yourself and then you can go ahead. You have 3-4 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you. I am Basi Eteng, Director of Operations, DSS. I'm standing in for the DG SSS. The Senate President, the Chairman, distinguished Chairman of this gathering, and the Co-Chairman, distinguished also, and all other protocols observed. Thank you very much, sir. From the topic we have is the issue of vote buying and improving the electoral processes. I want to say that from the service point of view, we find these two issues to be very, very sensitive. But I want to approach it from the issue of improving the electoral processes buying, and I have my reason. I have discovered that from the so far, and even some discussions which you hold outside, people take very little notice of progress which have been made as far as the electoral process is concerned. And so far as we don't have that mindset to be able to calculate and be able to appraise some of the progress which have been made, then the tendency is that we will not be able to make any progress. From my own point of view, we have found out that certain progress have been made, which if we recognize that progress, then it will make it possible for us to even address very adequately the issue of vote buying. What are some of the processes which we find very fine? If you look at the conduct of election in Osun, in Ekiti, in Ondo, certain things during this, the level of violence and the level of acrimony which was witnessed in elections have been sharply reduced. And in our own field studies, we found out that this had been possible as a result of the fact that the intelligence input being made by the service and other agencies were taken very critically by INEC, such that the logistic difficulties which we were having in terms of the issue of materials reaching the voters at the point at which it will be, or being able to make things to be orderly to make it possible for the voters to reach, that these things were very much addressed. And because they were addressed, it now made sure that we have less challenges. We also found out that the security agencies were proactive enough to be able to identify some of the key people who always cause violence at election centers. And when machinery was put in place to make sure that this was done, it became less chances of people destroying or causing problem, which will be a thing. So what we therefore need at this stage is that let's what INEC has done, what do we now ask INEC to do more? And to me, what we will now require from INEC to do will be, we should have a situation where a small technical group sit down together with some people in INEC, and this will involve the key action agencies, even the National Assembly. The reason is that when they sit down like this, they will be able to map out and say, now, in these elections we've done, it's an election which is that we are having states to handle. But now we are going for a general election. How do we make sure that INEC will be able to continuously have that edge which we had in the elections which are passed in making materials to be where they should be and the timing where it should be, and to also make it possible for inspectors to do what is expected. Question to say, how do we also make sure that observers are given the opportunity for them to see what is really going on, to make sure that the issue of the people being accredited to be observers are observers? Because we found situations that some people illegally discovered that they had to wear in certain uniforms, observers of particular areas, but it took the intelligence agencies and the security agencies to know that some of these people are not observers, which means this is something to us. Now, let's now see how this dovetails into the issue of vote buying. Now, the issue of vote buying, gentlemen and ladies, all of you know, is something we know very well. And we know it very well because the actors are very well known, the co-actors very well known, and everything. So what we therefore require in these places, let us not pretend over it. It's a big problem. It's a big problem because we find out that the motive and the motivations are still very high. So all what we now need to do is that we should start a process of making sure that we look at this thing more than just the general election. Vote buying starts, the process of the corruption of the electorate starts before the election itself. Am I correct? It starts before the election itself. Because if you check, you have to check how were the party primaries conducted. We are aware of a situation where people have to be camped, and they agree to themselves that they have to be camped. They are moved and put in a hotel, and they are fed, and they are taken care of, and they are moved from one point to another. At that stage, you now find out that so far as the people are not complaining, and they tell you that it's part of our political process, you, the security agency, you are placed in a situation where you are not able to start saying, okay, this is what you are going to do. Because it's a voluntary action. You are camped, you are made to stay in a place, you are taken care of, then you are now moved to the venue at which the vetting is being done, and you are being given something, and they tell you that, well, it's cultural, you can accept this kind of thing. So we have to start addressing. Do we now look into the laws and look at the situation where if primaries are conducted and some of these things are going on, what aspects of the law empowers the security agency to come and say, look, you here, the way we see you here, you are involved in vote buying or you are involved in vote selling. Why should you be at this point? We are charging you under this electoral law. No, we have to ask. We have to ask. Because if we don't start that, go to national convention or even state conventions. What happens at the conventions? At what level? That is when you don't have these congresses. At what level do you start determining where there is corruption or there's no corruption? So these are some of the things. So for we, the security agencies, what we have been involved on is that much as we are aware some of these deficiencies occur, what we try to do is that whenever reports are made to us, or we find out that there are genuine cases of complaints coming as to the manipulation of the process, investigations are immediately gone into. And when those investigations come, we try to determine what is this role doing, what is this person doing, what is the role of this person, and we appraise the political parties to be aware of what we have observed. As a service, we always make sure that we put the political parties on notice to say, look, we have observed this trend, and we know that this is what is going on, and this could be the possible outcome. Another thing, again, we try to do is that, as a service, we have been very proactive. We are quite aware of the issues where hoarding of PVCs is a very dangerous kind of situation, and you are aware that some people do it. So when we receive any intelligence to show that PVCs are being hoarded by either a group, by a person, or anything like that, we launch investigations in those kind of cases. And if we find out that there's anything there, we take necessary appropriate action. But the thing is that It's not every of those things that every member of the public is aware of or what has been done. In many times, we talk to INEC, we tell INEC that we have observed that there's a plan going on like this. We have observed that they want to do like this to your materials. We have observed that these materials have not come to this place. And we've seen that INEC had been very faithful. In fact, there have been a whole lot of changes going on there that when reports like that come, they take it seriously, and that affects the operations of INEC. And we are aware of certain changes which have been done as a result of trying to address these kind of things which come up there. Because we find out that that itself is one of the ways you can check vote buying. Now, on the issue of vote buying within the elections or the polling booths where this thing occurs, this thing is so done technically, and I'm happy the INEC chairman has given you a very, very, very graphic idea of how this thing occurs. It occurs in such a way that you need to be smart to be able to see exactly what is going on there. One of the things which can help us, but unfortunately we are in a situation where it will take time for that to be possible, is that we are operating a money-based economy. And when there's money-based economy and there's cash which you can move inside the vehicle, move it like Ghana must go and move to a certain point and which you'll be able to do, it creates a problem. But for us as a service, whenever we get any information that they are planning something of this nature or that they are trying to move cash from one point to another, we give the intelligence to the other agencies, and we ourselves, we check and be sure that, well, this is what we are hearing. And we tried to monitor those people who we feel are moving with large cash within the period those kind of things are happening. But we know that is not adequate. It still requires that our financial status, our financial instruments will be made in such a way that it makes it difficult for somebody to have access to huge cash at a particular time, which you would deploy to one way or the other. We feel that the biggest thing we could do as far as the time is concerned, since we have limited time, is many more people have to be properly educated on this issue of vote buying and for them to know the implications it has to their own well-being and our own national democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have heard from the representative of the DGSSS. We've heard from the police. We've also heard from INEC. I think at this point in time, we need to go to practical experiences. Maybe we will start with Mr. Adeleke. No, we'll go to questions, but let us hear practical experiences with respect to vote buying or improving electoral processes in Nigeria. Mr. Adeleke. Mr. Adeleke. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Introduce yourself and then make it very fast. Please, gentlemen, let us listen to him.
Good afternoon. I want to extend the existing protocol since we are completely pressed for time. I will go straight to the issues at hand. Our practical experience in Osun, we have tried to put together. My name is Dele Adeleke, yes, from Osun State. This one, okay. Critically, for us, in the experience we had in Osun was far more technical. The Honorable Chairman of INEC made mention of the fact that This hearing should be candid, and so we will be very candid. He also made mention of the need to identify who the vote buyers are and who the vote sellers are. And we will identify them based on our experience from Osun. Number one, and then we will go on to make recommendations based on our experience, because we want the whole country to... yes. Oh, sure. We know that the Osun case matter is in the tribunal, so we will focus mainly on the issues that have been identified and improvement areas that have been recommended for INEC. So quickly, we would identify, one, the issues of suspected mass PVC procurements. Vote buying on individual basis might be easy to prevent, because you will see the people who are selling, who are coming to buy, they will come with cash, and the people who want to sell, you will also see them running after, like the case that was earlier highlighted, running after the buyers because they want money. But the technical sale of mass PVCs, no one is talking about, and would tell you that this is a far bigger vote buying technique that have been mastered over the years. And we'll give you specifics. Why is this possible? The PVC, the card reader that was designed, that was introduced by INEC, was designed to help us achieve two specific things. One, verify that the PVC is authentic. Number two, authenticate that the person holding the PVC should hold the PVC. So you shouldn't be using someone else's PVC to vote. Now, why does the procedure that INEC has put in place, I have here the 2018 manual of INEC, of their procedure. I'll quickly direct us to page 37, where the procedure for polling, the polling procedure was enumerated. Okay, item F says if you are not accredited, you will not vote. The presiding officers are meant to announce that if you are not accredited, you will not vote. To page 38, that clearly also states that if the card reader does not read your PVC, you would not be accredited. But guess what? If the card reader reads the PVC, not match the PVC, and that happened a whole lot, not just in Osun. If we go to page 41 of their procedure, it says that you should fill out a failed accreditation box. The presiding officer is supposed to fill out a failed accreditation box, but nothing mentions the fact that if you tick those boxes, what happens? I'll quickly direct you to the extracted that we, of course, got from. Number one is that we have on record that 85,729 such people who used real PVCs but were not verified by their authentication of their fingerprints voted in the last one. 85,000. Now, you begin to ask yourself, how can this be possible? A further report also now drives home this point, where you would see the list of number of people that were accredited, and then the number of people that actually voted. Still talking specifically about Osun matter. Okay? Now, the report I have here shows that 783,248 people were accredited to vote in Osun, while the total vote cast was 765,518. Now you begin to ask yourself, for people who have experienced voting, if you have really gone out to vote before, the real problem is when you queue up to do accreditation. You queue up, you know, for the accreditation process to happen. And then you now finish that long queue. You are given out and you say you are not voting. That is the case that we saw here. 17,730 people did appear from INEC. Can that be possible? That you will queue up for like an hour, 45 minutes, and then you are given the ballot paper, and then you simply walk away. Ladies and gentlemen, what has happened is what we call card reader preloading. Now, the card reader manual manipulation. Okay, we took our time to drive this down. The card readers are allowed manual manipulation where the dates are set. The dates are supposed to be drawn electronically automatically because it has a SIM card in it. Okay, but the timing are adjusted. So what you see is a conspiration where, like a conspiracy, conspiring of different groups, people coming together, where you would see that people with loads of PVC will do card accreditation, okay, in anticipation that there will be enough from printed ballots that can be used to match that accreditation. Now, where the party agents are a lot more vigilant is where you will now begin to see a mismatch between accreditation and ballots physically counted. In Osun, between the 30th of August 2018 and the 5th of September 2018, 58,000 PVCs were suddenly collected. 5 days. Whereas it took Osun 3 years to distribute 179,000 PVCs. 179,000 PVCs were distributed for 3 years, but in 5 days, 56,000 PVCs got collected. And we had a whole lot of reports of people going for their PVC collections, and this we've seen happen nationwide actually, because we saw reports of this on TV, where people went for collection of their PVCs and they were frustrated. They couldn't collect their PVCs. So let's go specifically to recommendations that we are making to improve our electoral process. And we do not expect that INEC will accept all that we have said, but we expect that INEC would at least listen to the recommendations and help Nigeria improve our processes. Number one, INEC refused. I remember I engaged the Honorable Chairman of INEC at the Stakeholder Forum in Osogbo on why would party agents not be allowed in voting points. The voting points are set up for the convenience of voters. The last procedure that was used in Osun is that once you have 750 voters and above, you split those voters into a voting point attached to the polling unit. The electoral law, the electoral process permits for party agents to man the polling units, but they are disqualified or not allowed to man the voting point. Meanwhile, you will assign police officers to these voting points. So, number one recommendation is that INEC should please allow party agents to man the various voting points. Number two, PVC's collection. INEC publishes the list of registered voters just before elections are held. It would help the electoral process if INEC will publish on a monthly basis, once PVC distributions are being done, to publish on a monthly basis by polling unit the number of PVCs collected nationwide. So that it is, because the reality is without a PVC, you are not allowed to vote. So if you are publishing the number of registered voters, you are tossing a red herring. You are distracting people from the real people that will vote. So we're looking at numbers that are not realistic. It is the number of PVCs distributed that should be published. And if everybody begins to pay attention to the way PVCs are being distributed, perhaps, we could begin to tame the menace of vote buying.
Number 3, INEC procedure also insists on production of ballot papers for tied to the number of registered voters. Now, we all know, based on 2015 statistics, that the number of percentage of registered voters that collect their PVCs range between 70 to 80%. So you have an overproduction of ballot papers of 20%. But that's not really where the issue is. The real issue is that if you look at the 2015 data, you would see that only 46% of those that have the PVCs actually turn out to vote. So you have a whole lot of available PVCs that can be thumb-printed in some secret location overnight and be passed into the ballot boxes, you know, for those whose PVCs were collected. So the kind of vote buying that is happening in Nigeria has become more technical. It has become more sophisticated. And we need to be realistic with ourselves, and we need to be practical in taking steps. It's not for us to come and speak a whole lot of English and nothing gets done. All these we are recommending can still be achieved with the improvement to the election officials manual. INEC used a different one for 2015. They can all these improvements that we're recommending can also be done in election for 2019 as a mark of their commitment to free, fair, and credible election. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to Honorable Burga. Please introduce yourself and go straight to the point. You have 3 minutes to make or to give your practical experience. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Allow me to stand on existing protocols. My names are Pharmacist Ismail Adamu Burga from Tafa Balewa Local Government in Bauchi State. As I have been directed to go directly to the point, before advising INEC or any stakeholder that has a say in electioneering processes in this country, I want to point out very clearly something that happened in the last senatorial by-election in Bauchi South. Up to today, Mr. Chairman, I want to tell you that vote buying is not only on the day of election, because the technical aspect of it happens prior to the date of election, where you know that these are the strongholds of so and so who happens to be the unfavored candidate. Election materials are not taken there early. I have an example. 2 words that I was just able to give you an example that happens in Bauchi State. Birim Gigera and Yulilim, where election materials reached there around 3:45 p.m. in the evening, where ideally the process of election, which starts with accreditation, must have finished. And then the voting process proper was also about finishing. In fact, in some places, the election materials did not even reach there at all, up to night. Not only that, the result of the election are as follows. We are very much aware of that the total number of registered voters in that particular senatorial district stands at 877,160. But the number of accredited voters for the election was 271,703. However, the total valid vote stands at 245,652. Rejected votes stands as 11,111. Total vote cast was 256,763. However, when coalition were taking place at the INEC headquarters, over 96,000 votes were said to have been cancelled. What we are asking are as follows. Are these 96,000 votes part and parcel of the accredited votes? Or they must have come from other source? Because mathematically, 271,703, which is the total number of accredited voters, when you equate it to 11,111, 256,763 plus 96,000 will give you over 874,000, which supersedes the exact number of accredited voters. We are asking where those voters come. Still, Mr. Chairman, in it, the custody of election materials, the expectation of a free and fair election is the responsibility of INEC. As a result, any agent of INEC that perpetuates any act that violates the Electoral Act within that particular place of election is a responsibility equally of the INEC. So the issue of shifting blame between the agency, the security agencies, and the INEC, I think is irrelevant. Because in this country, we are told and we believe that INEC is responsible and is said to be an independent body that is vested with the responsibility of having a free and fair election. How that is going to be achieved depends on INEC and then whosoever they feel they are going to employ to actualize what they have been asked to. Be you an INEC staff or an ad hoc staff or whatsoever, you are responsible for INEC. Ladies and gentlemen, let me not go as much with electoral talk, but I'm advising that unless stakeholders at all levels, that is the electorate, the electoral body, politicians, security agents, the three tiers of government are ready to come together and actualize a free and fair election in this country, a lot of loopholes will be developed and jeopardize the entire process. Finally, I am of the view that the independence of the electoral body must be emphasized and actualized. Otherwise, whether they like it or not, at a given point in time, they will dance to the tune of whosoever that set them up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before the chairman of INEC will respond, we would want to go ahead to call our developmental partners. DFID, USAID, or EU, are they here? What about civil society organizations? Civil society organizations? Okay. Okay. Make yourself. Come over, gentleman with the striped cap. We'll start with that gentleman one. Oh, you want? Introduce yourself, be very, very brief, because there are questions to be answered.
Your Excellencies, I stand on no protocol. My name is Samuel Taiwo Brown, Fabian Society of Nigeria, which comprises Nigerians abroad as well. As they're watching you, I was sent to ask some few questions, because this has been a parade thing in the mind of Nigerians. And I will ask the DG of INEC, I will ask the chairman of INEC 3 questions as well to go. We hate talking shops. Nigerians around the world are tired of talk shop. We want solution. And the chairman have already given us the way solution. And we, Fabian, will look at this can be done in one day. We need the DG, the police, DSS, and DSS made a beautiful contribution, which we share. And remember, Nigerians abroad want to join you in this coalition of moving Nigeria forward. DSS, Nigerian police, I witnessed 2015 election, where police officer in a van was moving in Lagos with akara in the bag. Underneath the akara was full of money. That was the police. I stand on that during the election. And the people actually shouted "Ole," and they move on with that. So solution is what we're looking for. DSS, NPF, National Assembly, and the political party need to come together. That's our solution towards this. One day solution, Mr. President, will not do. And I'd like to ask 3 questions from the chairman of INEC. As we are very observant abroad, during the by-election of Kwara, of Ise Okero, of some federal constituency, we learned 2 helicopters belonging to MPF came to the conference before the election, loaded some item from the helicopter belonging to another aspirant. These are the things we can come up together and work on. We bid you. The second question which I need to ask you, sir, is that Nigerian abroad, and it's particular to that, we want to be part of you. Election, every country around the world, even the Americans living in England, Americans living in Nigeria, when there's election, we need to be part of it. I know it will come to that, sir. Mr. President, I congratulate the National Assembly for giving us this opportunity to actually hear that. But our recommendation, sir, is that we should involve all the stakeholders for 1 week, 2 days, 3 days. Let them come and put a paper together. And most especially, the tribunal, which we've already said, we have solution. Nigeria is the greatest country in the world. We have solution. We're tired of coming here.
You have 1 more minute.
Talk shop. So, in a nutshell, finally, we want you to bear in mind the tribunal committee who has actually suggested a good way forward for Nigeria, the Nigerian police, DSS, LG, National Assembly, a joint team. It cannot be. We have how many days to the election? We can work quickly to secure the 2019 election. Thank you very much, Nigerians. We greet you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Before the chairman of INEC responds, Senator Olijimi would like to say, or make her presentation as well. Senator Olijimi, be brief. You have 3 minutes. And Senator Gumel as well. After Senator Olijimi, Senator Gumel.
Yeah, you'll be balancing it. Your Excellency, the Senate President, the Chairman INEC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let me stand on the established protocols. We're talking about vote buying. Vote buying is in various ways, and we are still not talking about them because they start way earlier than when the votes are really counted. But I'll talk about that later. I just want to ask a few questions because the chairman INEC is seated there. I want to ask, what is the maximum of incident forms you can have within a polling unit? Because we must have a stop to it. If we're not going to get a stop, you must give us the percentage we can take. We can't take 50%, for instance, but that is what has been happening. 2, there is this thing about card reader preloading. And we understand that some people override the ICT so that they could do it without being seen. But it is usually in connivance with INEC. What are you doing to ensure that does not happen? What is the failure rate of card readers? What is the failure rate we can take in any polling unit? You cannot, of course, say we should take 50% or 60%. So we must have a failure rate at every polling unit. What we found during the Ekiti elections was that there was the new vote rigging, and it's about voiding. Some ballot boxes were brought that were hard-sided, and each time, and the ink did not dry early. So when you try to push it in, you smear the ballot paper. In my unit, for instance, we had a voting strength. We registered 350. We voted, 326 voted. 110 were voided. That is not good enough for us. We must find a way to avoid that because we also believe in connivance with INEC. Incongruent figures. When figures are incongruent, who comes in between all of us? That must be decided. Because we just find that has been cancelled. And we have found out that the places that have been cancelled belong to the people that are not being supported. How? Well, security connivance. You know, in Yoruba parlance, they say the person that stands for you to steal is as important as you that has gone to steal. We need to ensure that the police is not complicit in all of this because at every turn we find their hands. Chairman, sir, we will not be able to have a free and fair election or free and fair until when we start using places, institutions where nobody can intervene between the person who is voting and the people outside. What happens in my place is when you vote and you finish, you drop the vote on the floor. It's like an accidental movement. The person and you go and drop it in the ballot box. And nothing happens. That, until we are able to vote without being seen, we won't be able to avoid. After accreditation, what is wrong in us destroying all the extra ballot papers? Wrong in us destroying the extra ballot papers immediately after accreditation, so that we know that nobody can falsify the figures any longer. We need to look into that, sir. And sir, to round up, let me say there are various forms of vote buying. When you go into the markets and start dashing people money, you are buying votes. That must be stopped. When you start transferring money into people's accounts, that is vote buying. And you cannot run away from that. Thank you very much.
Senator Gumel.
Silence. Senator Gumel. 1 minute. Senator Gumel, you have 3 minutes before the INEC chairman responds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me respectfully stay on the existing protocol earlier established. Mr. Chairman, my name is Senator Abdullah Gumel. I come from Jigawa, northwest of Jigawa State. I am from the stock of the APC. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to talk on the subject matter, the vote buying. And I'm not here to blame the empire, which is INEC. I'm not here to blame the security agencies as far as vote buying is concerned. Vote buying is being perpetuated by we, the politicians. We want a situation whereby from primary elections, people should come and tell the delegates what they have for them. But in a situation whereby only the money bags go there and hijack the positions and then come back and take that thing to polling booth. INEC and the security agencies can do nothing. We have to face the reality that we are the people, we the politicians are the ones that are perpetuating this vote buying. In all respects, and in all the process of our election, from buying the forms, like now we have not too young to run, who are not rich, and political parties put their cost of forms astronomically that nobody can even reach except the people who have money. This process encourages vote buying and vote selling. In a situation whereby our primaries is delegates, is not direct primaries, you are bound to...
Senator Gumel, you have 1 minute.
You are bound to have this vote buying elements to come in. From delegates, party people are struggling to become delegates, not to just go and select a good man, but they are struggling to go and sell their votes to the highest bidder. In in that respect, sir, we cannot avoid vote buying. So in effect, if we come back after we have listened to the people we have invited, we'll come to sit down in the committee to craft a legislation that will help us to reduce this vote buying. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished Senator Gumel. I'm sure you are a major victim of vote buying. Chairman of INEC, you have an opportunity to respond to all the questions asked by political parties and the rest. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, there's a pair of glasses missing from one of the presenters. If found, please. I'd like to have it. Thank you. Glasses.
Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Senate President, distinguished senators, members of the House, ladies and gentlemen. I thought I was just going to make a contribution to the public hearing. I didn't know that I will be invited to respond to questions that we have answered over and over and over again, that we thought actually they are even non-issues. Your Excellency, I want to assure you that we take the job that we do in INEC seriously, very seriously indeed. And I will demonstrate it in a moment. The chairman IPAC, Ahmed, talked about the incident form and the result sheet. I will come back to the issue of the incident form later. But he suggested that we should customize the result sheets for each polling unit. That is what we do. The result sheets are customized and you are given the pink copies. All political parties are given the pink copies, including the code for that particular polling unit, the local government, the RA code. So we already do that. In addition, in response to requests by citizens that they should also be availed a copy of the result sheets we give to political parties, the Commission designed the EP60E.
Those making noise out there, silence please, so that we can hear the INEC chairman. There's a man that Nigerians are waiting to hear from. So gentlemen, please, we need some silence here. Thank you.
We avail citizens a mirror copy of the results for each polling unit called the EC60E. To support that we post at the polling units. And citizens, I keep saying this, using cheap technology like WhatsApp and phone cameras, have taken pictures of the EC80s, and some have their own special rooms. And they are able to collect results. They have an idea of the outcome of an election even before an official declaration is made. We have been doing so. But I think we need to do more in terms of engagement, particularly with the political parties. Then there was a gentleman who came here and said that I was blowing grammar. He was going to be very practical, but he ended up agreeing with me. But he also ended up saying the major problem is poverty. I hope distinguished senators and honorable members, they are not considering the amendment of the of the INEC Act to include poverty alleviation as part of our mandate. What can we do? We are not responsible for poverty alleviation in the country. But perhaps the more difficult question for me is the one asked by the honorable speaker. The only reason why I'm responding to what the speaker said is simply because it is on record. He also said it publicly. So let me repeat what the honorable speaker said. He said that in his own polling unit, there were 2,000 registered voters. INEC supplied 1,500 ballot papers, and then over 1,000 registered voters were denied the opportunity to vote on election day. I hope I have not misrepresented the Right Honorable Speaker. Okay, let me give you the
Lives are in your hands while you drive. Protect yourself and others on the road. Road Matters, shown on the network service of the NTA every Thursday at 11 a.m. Join us.
My name is Matthew. Of retired war-affected police officers who were in eastern Nigeria before the outbreak of the Civil War. In 2000, the federal government granted us amnesty and retired all those of us who were originally dismissed. From 2007, we started appealing to respective governments of the Federation to retire us according to the terms of the amnesty. And for 10 years, we were fighting without anybody listening to us.
Let me also say this. On election day, I was monitoring. The Right Honorable Speaker arrived at the polling unit after 3 p.m. If you want me to be specific, I will tell you the log. The Right Honorable Speaker arrived at exactly 3:20 p.m. on that day at the polling unit. There were no voters on the queue. Voting had ended at 2, and therefore the Right Honorable Speaker could not have been allowed to vote, and he did not vote in that election. By the time he arrived, the polling unit had closed. There were other decisions we took in respect of the person who was responsible for that particular polling unit, because my attention was drawn to the fact that the Right Honorable Speaker couldn't vote. I quickly got in touch with the rest. What happened? Because there were reports on the social media. Then we discovered actually what happened, and I would recommend any one of you to Google Right Honorable Speaker for the election in Bauchi South, whether he voted or not. You will see full story on the social media, which did not even emanate from the commission. Until then, no such report has been contradicted. We had in Bauchi, for the last general election, a total of, what is the figure? A total of 934,000 registered voters for the election, spread across 7 local government areas. I can't give you the statistics now of the number of polling units, but we have not received a single complaint from any polling unit during that election. And our results were endorsed by all the party agents. Why should INEC undersupply materials to one polling unit out of hundreds of polling units in that senatorial district? We'll continue to do what we are supposed to do, courageously and according to the law. But the truth of the matter is that in Guaranga polling unit, Guaranga Primary School, in Bogoro local government area, particularly the Honorable Speaker's polling unit, the total number of registered voters is 1,159, not 2,000.
Hold on, Mr. Chairman. His Excellency has a question for you.
Pardon?
Hold on, Mr. Chairman. The Senate President has a question for you.
So, Mr. Chairman, so it's unfortunate that the Honorable Speaker has left, but I think the point I think he was making, if I could recollect, he was saying that the number of ballot papers that were available at the polling unit was about 700 against the total number of people so that the 700 had been utilized and that people were waiting. I think that's what I got him
No,
to
what
say.
he said was that there were 2,000 registered voters. The commission supplied 1,500 ballot papers, but only 700 voted. But there were 1,000 on the queue who could not vote. This is what I heard the speaker, because I took notes. So in other words, we are really actually consistent with the number of registered voters in that particular polling unit. Then on Oshun, I am being very careful not to comment on the merit of the case in Oshun State because it is before the courts. But there are questions asked. The person who asked the questions on Oshun was one of the polling agents for one of the candidates, one of the agents of one of the candidates in the election. He was at the returning center. He asked a number of questions about processes and procedures in that election in particular. Your Excellency, I wish to say that that election in Oshun was election number 3 conducted by INEC in that state. In 2016, we conducted an election in Ife Central State Constituency, following the death of the member representing that constituency. We applied the same processes and procedures for the election. I will never forget that election because we had difficulties in 2 polling units, More and Ojodengbe Street in Ife Central. We had to conclude the election the following day based on the same process and procedures, and we declared a winner. Perhaps the winner comes from the same tendency as the person who asked the question. That's no problem with Ife Central. In July 2017, we conducted another election in in Oshun State. Is it Oshun East or Oshun West? I think it's Oshun West. Based on the same processes and procedures, we concluded the election and made a declaration. No problem with that election. I will not talk about Oshun because it's a subjudice, but I guess you can understand the conclusion that I'm trying to reach. Then there was this question about 56,000 people collecting their PVCs 3 days to the election. That is not surprising to the commission at all. It's not surprising. We have two types of uncollected PVCs. Uncollected PVCs from the 20 and the 15 general election. Not many people are collecting. At the point we are receiving monthly reports from the states. In some of the states we have only 2 or 3 PVCs collected. But we conducted a continuous voter registration exercise, including Oshun. These are fresh and more recent registrants. We made the cards available, and more people collected from the more recent registration than the 2014 registration for the 2015 general election. It happens in all elections, typical of the way we do things sometimes in Nigeria. You ask people to come and collect their card, you won't see them. 2 or 3 days to the election, you will be inundated, they will come. It happened in Ekiti. As I was preparing to go for the stakeholder meeting, I was told that our staff were waylaid in our office in Abuja. Reason, we suspended the collection of the PVCs on a Monday. But they said there were so many people that had not collected, therefore we had to extend. There and then I extended until Wednesday, because the law says that cards can only cards should be made available for collection, only with the exception of election day. It is only on the day of election that cards are not made available for collection. So it is not surprising at all. When we concluded the primaries for political parties, we gave a period of 9 days for parties to submit their names of their candidates. Political parties, very few people came in the first. On the last day, 51 political parties turned up. Some of them came with their photocopying machines and computers. They were, don't make me laugh. And similarly, when we conducted the continuous voter registration exercise nationwide, initially citizens said, But while we are doing the registration, we are far removed from places where citizens resided. So we now increase the number of. At the end of the day, we extended by 2 weeks. Well, as soon as we announced the date for the conclusion of the exercise, distance was no longer a barrier. People trooped to the centers. At that point, the complaint was they are going to be disenfranchised. So I have no illusions at all. I have no doubt that this number is genuine of people who came out with 6,000 to collect 3 days to the election. After all, when we went for the stakeholder meeting in Osun State, we made available the total number of PVCs collected, local government by local government, in a document we call brochure for stakeholder engagement. And in any case, this register of voters has been made available to each political party in Nigeria. There is no political party in Nigeria that doesn't have a complete register of voters. 30 days to the election, will make the register of voters available to the political party. Each of the 91 political parties in Nigeria will have a copy of the entire register of voters. The register of voters is no longer hidden. It's no longer secret. When we conducted Osun 2, we made available not only the number of persons in the polling units where we ran the elections, we also got the figures of the number of cards collected for each of the polling units. We continue to do what we need to do. The only joy we derive is deciding conscientiously that we interest in parties or candidates. Printing of ballot papers tied to the number of PVCs collected. Election is a legal process. We can't change the law. Preparation for an election is made on the basis of the total number of persons on the register of voters. We can't produce election materials on the basis of PVCs collected. If we do so, we'll be dragged to court. So we produce the materials on the basis of the total number of persons on the register of voters. Whether they come out and vote, that is actually neither here nor there. And then if I link that up to the question asked by distinguished senator, that do we cancel the unused ballot paper? It's part of the instruction we give all our staff. At the end of the exercise, you void the ballot papers. It was because we did that in Osun. That is why for the 7 polling units, we had to reprint. Otherwise, we had ballot papers remaining that we could have used for Osun 2, but we cancelled all the unused ballot papers right at the polling unit so that these ballot papers are not used again. So to do Osun 2, we had to reprint the ballot papers for the 7 polling units. So this one we have been doing for a long time. Burga, I hope you have not given us alternative facts. I have information here of virtually all the elections we conducted. And as we were speaking, I was looking at the results from both South Senatorial District. And the figures I have here don't agree with the figures that you have. In any case, we made these results available, and I'm happy that you are flashing the pink copy of one of the results. I don't know whether it is E, or B, or C, or A, because we have so many of them. The fact that we have a copy is a testimony to the transparency of INEC. The fact that you have a copy and you can argue or disagree with us is a testimony. In any case, agents sign the results, and at the end of the day, the president of the Court of Appeal set up the tribunal in case anybody wishes to approach the tribunal on any matter arising from the election. The tribunal opened their registries, and they were there for 3 weeks. Nobody, none of the 12 parties that participated in that election dragged the commission to court. So there we are on Bauchi. Then you talked about, my good friend, I can't remember his name, talked about helicopters in Otero. I think here he is referring to the federal constituency by-election we conducted in Kwara. in Eshin, Ekiti, Irepodun, and Okero local government areas. But he hasn't told us whose helicopter it was. Was it INEX helicopter or police helicopter? Okay, let me reveal a secret. In the middle of the election, on election day, the chairman of the Senate Committee on INEC shared the image with me that they suspected a helicopter had landed somewhere. Then on election day, he also shared another image that a helicopter again landed somewhere. Is it in Omoran or somewhere? And then the people chased the helicopter and it took off. And they were wondering whether the helicopter delivered sensitive materials for the election. We have a template for the delivery of sensitive materials. As soon as the printers finish, the central bank takes over. We collect from the central bank in the presence of all party agents. And the good thing is that in the case of Okero, and I think Irepodu, but Okero, the agent of the party, one of the parties that sent the complaint to us, actually addressed the press to say that nothing untoward happened with the arrival of that helicopter. Whether the helicopter has a responsibility to discharge for security considerations, that is not for me to talk about. But when we conduct major elections, the police deploy, and they make public their deployment. They talk about the number of armored personnel carriers they deploy and helicopters. In states where we conduct major elections, they deploy senatorial zone. So there are 3 helicopters. Anyway, the election was concluded. Agents of the party signed the result. And since then, I haven't heard about this helicopter again. But we have had so many stories when elections are around the corner. There was one in, was it Anambra State, where someone posted online that 2 trucks loaded with ballot papers and sensitive materials arrived at a hotel in Oka. Hotel in Oka. And the man called the press conference from his village. He wasn't even in Oka. After the election, I approached him. I said, what happened to those trucks? He said, you know, I had to say something for this election. Senator Olujimi, you talked about the incidence form. Let me link it up to the point made by Ami. I know that there are concerns about the incidence form. The incidence form was introduced in response to the failure of the smart card reader to read the biometrics. Not complete failure of the smart card reader to function. And INEC has consistently said that there is no way you can disenfranchise a citizen whose card is read and confirmed to be genuine, not cloned, and the personal particulars from the details in the card as contained in the smart card reader are also consistent with the personal particulars on the manual register. If the machine cannot read the biometrics, then such a person should be given the incidence form. What is the purpose of the smart card reader? One, it plays a confirmatory role. It confirms that the card is from INEC. 2, it also confirms that the person who presents the card is the real owner of the card. But 3, it authenticates using the biometrics. But let me tell you what we have done with the incidence form. In response to complaints by Nigerians, the Commission has abolished the incidence forms. No more incidence forms. And we discussed this even with political parties. I recall that we discussed and made a presentation. However, how do you account for a voter whose biometric is not picked by the machine? So we redesigned the register of voters. We now have 2 boxes. A square box beside the picture of the candidate and a rectangular box. Sorry, a picture of the voter and a rectangular box. The purpose is that if the machine fails to read the biometric, then we will require the person to thumbprint in that box against his photograph and also give his telephone number. And there is a box beside the picture on the new voters register. If the machine is unable to pick the biometrics, we will request that voter whose card has been read, confirm it is INEC, confirm that he is the actual person, to thumbprint in that box against his picture on the register. And then there is a rectangular box where he will also drop his telephone number. We have a number of reasons for doing so. One is to address the concern that some people may vote using identity theft. You get somebody's voter card, you go and it's red. And if it is red, people now vote. We are trying to discourage that because for many people, if you ask them to thumbprint, they are unlikely to agree. They wouldn't like to leave evidence. That's one. And secondly, in the event of litigation, you can subpoena the INEC voter register and subject it to forensic test. If one person has been thumbprinting, then obviously there's a problem. And so many elections in this country have been nullified on account of forensic test of fingerprint. So there will be no incidence form in 2019, but there will be this provision. Whatever you do at the end of the day, elections are conducted by human beings. Human beings must, whatever you do, elections are conducted by human beings. The best we can do is to minimize the incidence of abuse. But if there are other suggestions from political parties, from any stakeholder, any citizen, we are prepared to consider as we go into the 2019 general elections. Card reader preloading. I learned about this before the Ekiti governorship election. I read a story that we were preloading the smart card readers in a neighboring state. And I asked myself, what is preloading of a smart card reader? What does that mean? What is preloading of a smart card reader? People were saying so. We had not even started configuring the smart card readers for the Ekiti election. We went to the smart card readers, but it's very interesting on election day, and the distinguished senator should listen to this. On election day, one of the people who made so much on the, in the media on INEC preloading the smart card readers went to vote. I was watching him on television. He tried first attempt, the machine didn't pick his biometrics. Second attempt, he didn't. Another card reader was brought, he tried, finally it worked. The person voted. As soon as he voted, he turned to the television cameras. Said, from the information available to me, 70% of the card readers deployed to the state were not working. But here is somebody who said we had already preloaded the smart card readers in the neighboring state. And he said 70% of the card readers were actually not working. But let me also explain the functionality of the card reader. What is failure on the part of INEC of a card reader? Failure of a card reader on the part of INEC is why it fails to work completely. Because it can fail to read your biometrics, but it reads the cards. For somebody whose biometric is not read, we then resort to the incident, but no longer do we have any form. You can print against your picture in a box on the register of voters. It is where the card reader fails completely that you have to make provision for another card reader. It is in our guidelines and regulations for the 2015 general election that where that happens, in the event of failure, the election in that polling unit should be postponed to another day if the total number of registered voters will make a difference to the margin of lead in that polling unit. And out of the number of elections nullified by courts from 2015, there were places, I will never forget this example, Function North State Constituency in Plateau State, Function South State Constituency in Plateau State, where the court said we should go and rerun elections in single polling units, and the constituencies change hands. So even if you don't do it, actually the courts will do it. Lafia federal constituency, we were asked to go and run an election in one polling unit whose outcome will not even affect the election at all. And the same thing was one of the senatorial districts in Akwa Ibom. And the reasoning of the judiciary was that, no, people must be given the right to vote. So ultimately, it's not even about whether it makes a difference to the outcome of the election or not. It's a feeling that they have not been disenfranchised, even though the law says that we only go back where the total number of registered voters will make a difference to the outcome of the election. You asked about the rate of failure of the smart card readers. It's very difficult because failure defined as what? Defined as inability to read the biometrics or inability to function at all. We started from Anambra, and I can tell you for Anambra, it was 6%. Statistically insignificant. But when people talk on election day, it's as if the world is coming to an end. This machine is failing everywhere. And you know, on election day, there is tension. And I've also noticed that there are two categories of people who complain about the card reader. There is still resistance in some quarters on the use of the smart card readers. So they will always go to town and run down on the integrity of the card reader. I want to seize this opportunity to assure the nation that in 2019, card readers will be deployed. There will be no voting without the card reader. The second category of people who have approached me to say that the card reader is not working are vendors. They will tell you it's not working, but as soon as you listen to them, they submit a proposal, we can make it better. People who have not even understood how the card reader works, they are telling you that we have identified the problem and we can help to fix the failure of the smart card readers. At the end of the day, the failure of the smart card readers is actually in election after election statistically insignificant. Ame, you referred to the report carried online over the weekend that 13.5 million voters voted without the PVCs. The heading is that they voted without the PVCs. There is no way anybody would have voted without the PVCs. They probably mean the smart card readers, not the PVCs. But the headline is that 13.5 million voters voted without the PVCs. It's impossible to vote without.
Chairman, I think he meant incident form, not incident form he was talking about.
No. They talk about the PVCs. I'm not talking specifically in respect of what Ami said, but the report talks about 13.5 million persons voting without PVCs. Maybe in the body of the story there is a clarification, but that is the heading. Then I think I've answered this question about public buildings. Again, the distinguished senator asked the question, when are we going to move polling units to public buildings? That is the standing policy of INEC. It was for that reason that the last commission undertook a census of the number of polling units in Nigeria. Before 2010, nobody knew the number of polling units in this country. In shrines and graveyards. The commission conducted an assessment, a census of polling. I can tell you this. In Nigeria today, we have 119,973 polling units. 119,973 polling units. We have 8,809 electoral wards nationwide. So we know where the polling units are located. However, the commission took the decision to relocate the polling units to public buildings. Schools, clinics, where available. There are communities where you don't have any of these facilities. The commission then took the decision that where that is the case, locate the polling unit in what we call open space. Even so, there are issues. In one of the elections one of the states, we conducted an election, and in the middle of the morning I was told that there was a commotion over the location of polling units. That two communities separated by a road were sharing one polling unit. And one community said it will not cross the road to the territory of another community to vote on election day. So we had to find an ingenious way of solving the problem. Since there is lockdown on election day, and the road belongs to no one, we move the ballot box into the middle of the road, which is a no man's land, so that they can come and vote from wherever they come. But there are places, obviously, where there are no buildings. One of such places is Orolu in Osun State. The ballot box the polling unit was actually in the middle of nowhere. May I also extend this, just by way of clarification. to say that the Commission has taken the decision to relocate all our offices located in local government secretariats. While we have no facilities of our own, we will rent, but we haven't quite succeeded. But in the case of the polling units, remember they are not facilities owned by INEC. They are public schools, public buildings. And these are facilities that we use only once in 4 years or as the need arises. So we'll continue to do whatever we can to protect the integrity of this process. But finally, let me conclude by a story I always like to share. We have to protect national institutions. And as you can see from 2010, INEC is perhaps the most improved public service institution in Nigeria. INEC is criticized, but some of our critics say transfer local government elections to INEC. It means that we're not doing too badly. Are we where we are supposed to be? No. But you can see incremental improvement in the processes. We can't get it overnight. You can see incremental improvement. So on the smart card reader, we conducted election in one of the states. And I was watching on live television. One of the candidates went to vote. His wife was standing behind him. He tried first time, the card reader didn't work. Tried second time, it didn't work. The third time, it worked. His wife standing behind him had no problem with the card reader. As soon as he voted, he wasn't disenfranchised. He turned to the television cameras and abused INEC like nobody's business. He said, this INEC is going to crash our democracy. We said that these machines aren't working, they insist, therefore creating the impression that we are a nation of scammers. He went on and on and on. We didn't join issues. We concluded the election. Perhaps to his surprise, he was declared winner. I signed the certificate of return. One of our commissioners, I can see him sitting here, went to present the certificate of return. And I watched it live on television. As soon as he grabbed the certificate of return, he grabbed the microphone and said the best thing that ever happened to our election is the card reader. Thank you very much.
You ask your question.
We thank you, INEC Chairman. But Mr. Chairman, I think some senators and I think the public will have questions.
Please,
to
just
ask
one
you,
last
but you can
question
answer
to the
from your
INEC
seat,
Chairman.
I think. You can just sit there and then answer from there.
With all due respect, just one question for the INEC
Sit
Chairman.
down, sit down. Who recognized you?
It has to do
sit
with
down. Yeah, put off your mic. Yes. Okay. Your Excellency, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman of the Joint Committee. Thank you, the Chairman of the ANIC, for the points you have explained. I will have to take my leave, so I want to take my comments and questions first. I think, as I said in my own remarks, the purpose of this is for us to find solutions that will ensure 2019 election is better. I don't think it is here to criticize you or to hold all issues. I think at the end of the day, as I said, the attention is on the country and it's to see how we get better. I think there are three things I'm happy to, and I'm sure a lot of us responded when you talked about the fact that incident forms, we do away with that in 2019, and a lot of people I commend you for that action by the INEC in doing that. I would like to also, I'm sure, is this the issue of the card reader in the sense that maybe there still might be more technology improvement to see why actually does it fail at all, see how we can improve on the level of cases where it doesn't actually work and see what we can do to reduce that significantly, even with the new method that is put in place, to see what we can do to ensure that it's such a small number of people. Because the reason is because once there is a loophole, people build on it. As you say, Nigerians are very, very gifted in this kind of thing. And once they sit down and try to beat the system. And that is the concern, that there might be those that really, truly
the thumb is not reading, but there might be those that is being used because of that loophole. So I think the most important thing is to close that loophole. The other area which I want you to also look into is the incident that was reported of this issue of preloading, which, because the question I ask myself is, if the data is right, that is, if a certain number of people are credited, surely you should be recording 90% plus of people are credited that will vote. And once you're not doing that, something is amiss somewhere. It might not be at your level, but I think it's something, unless the data is not right. If the data is right, there are 10,000 people, for example, accredited. If that is right, then surely 9,900 something should vote. But if it's not the case, I would like you to look into it. There might be an explanation for it, of why that doesn't happen. It's not about the places those elections are held. Again, maybe there is a loophole there that people are also capitalizing on. The other point you mentioned is, I think, is the point of voter education. I think I want you should not get tired and continue to explain to people. As you said, the times are tense, so sometimes the level of absorption of data and information is not as high. So I think that should continue in doing that. The other question, or question I would like to also ask is, and I want you to look at this issue of PVC cards. I think PVC cards is like a control item, in the sense that it is as important as the access of a ballot paper, because without the PVC card, you can't have access to the ballot paper. So the way it is collected at your centers, I don't know what kind of control is there in verifying that those that collect the PVC cards are actually the individuals. Because we have heard of cases, we must say the facts that it is, where in some places people can go and you have people who are keeping cards. Not one card. There are people who are keeping thousands of cards in their custody waiting to use. And if anybody says that doesn't exist, then we're either being ignorant. That is the action, not your action, action of politicians. There are cards that, people are keeping cards, then they must have a plan for use of it. Or you sometimes hear people say, cards are available. I mean, that's a common language, cards are available. If they are available, then definitely people are hoping to use it for something, which means those people have they've been able to beat the system. Otherwise, if they can't beat the system, those cards should be useless and should not be of any use to some. So again, it is not something that might be general. It might be in specific locations. And that is why I believe that, I know that in some parts of the world, PVC cards are treated like control items, very sensitive items. And there must be a cutoff point at which if people don't collect them, then it must be in some custody that everybody can explain where they are, so that you don't begin to see that the last 3 days cards are in a particular ward and whoever is in charge knows nobody is going to come and collect them, and it begins to look for buyer and seller of, I mean, we all know this exists, so I think that we should accept it exists and we should try and find a way to beat it. And then the last one, which is that on the day of election, as I said in my remarks, the police, the SSS are your agents. They have the responsibility because they're helping you to carry out your exercise. So I think that INEC must be able to hold them to ensure that they deliver service that will ensure our elections are credible. It's very important. To leave them alone and just say that they're security agents or what I don't think is acceptable. Because one of the greatest concerns for us now, and I'm one of those who say that INEC is work in progress, but it has gone a long way. If our security agents too can show the level and reduce the level of participation. For example, the practice where political leaders are rounded up in their homes the night before election, that is intimidation. That is harassment. That does not allow proper, those kind of things does not allow the election to be free and credible. Now, you can say that's not your responsibility, but it affects the outcome of your results. And I believe that that must stop in a country like this. to round up people Thursday or Friday night. It's become a practice.